or by Tim Fletcher.
Streaming, sir. We are streaming, sir. Streaming commence. Goes back to what we were talking about before we hit the air there, Greg. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on 103.3 FM 1130 The Tiger in Shreveport, Bossier, T-Town. 103.3 FM 1130 The Tiger. KWKH. We're on in Lafayette as well at 103.3 FM 1420 The Goat. Good morning, Ragin' Cajun Country. How about this? That's Dirtfoot you hear right there, first of all. Love those boys. They're awesome. Man, they can play some instruments. They are so fun. And if you download some of their songs, I know they'd appreciate it. Hey, my name is Tim Fletcher. I tripped over my own gate yesterday after walking 3 miles and playing horse and running basketball drills with a 73-year-old man yesterday and Robert J. Wright. So the body's kind of hurting today. Not like a hockey player would hurt. Think about the punishment those boys incur and also dole out. Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. You want to call us? You can. 318-725-5945. 318-RALLY-45. Mudbugs Hockey on the road again this weekend. Mardi Gras jerseys going to be on display when they come back into town. Not this weekend, but the next weekend. How about this? You want to text us? We got you covered with our Live Oak Environmental text line. 318-GUY-PILE. 318-489-7453. Live Oak Environmental. Sponsoring our text line. Love the Live Oak folks. They are out there already in the green trucks and the white trucks, taking the stuff that you've thrown into the dumpster and putting it in the back of their truck and hauling it away efficiently, promptly. They do a really good job. As a matter of fact, it's kind of a no-brainer that if you need dumpster service, you need Live Oak Environmental. If your dumpster doesn't have the Live Oak logo, then that's just trash. Get in touch with the Walters crew, 318-230-7125, 318-230-7125, or go to the website, liveoakenv.com. Hey, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pro since 1973. Sports World has the Atlas bats available, baked in with dozens upon dozens of base hits and frozen ropes, all in the barrels. Go check them out at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We're on social media. We are on the X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at Hester32, and at Greg Atoms. We're on the Instagram and the TikTok as well because we're cool and hip, like the kids say, and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. And a reminder that we stream the show with beautiful Technicolor sound and amazing Panavision audio. Just let it all over your face on the Tim Fletcher Show.
You're ballsy, but you're going to get caught.
Thank you, DB. On the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page, on the, what do you call that? YouTube, Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel, and at Fletcher Show on X. And after the show, Greg has been my spotter here the last couple of days with Hambone still on the mend. We upload each hour of our show individually up into the potosphere so that you can download from wherever it is you get your podcast from. Spotify, Apple, Google Play, Podbean, you name it. Download at your leisure and pleasure. And by the way, feel like if you want to, go onto our YouTube page. And what is it that the kids say? Like and subscribe? Smash that button. Blah, blah, blah. Time now for your SEC update, and it's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a super duper good dude. Man, he is one cool customer, buddy. Now, granted, he was a Captain Shreve Gator. He was an LSU Tiger, a Cincinnati Bengal legend, and he used to grab two running backs or a wide receiver and a running back and clunk their heads together, and whoever had the ball would fall down. It was a wild way to do it. But now, thank goodness, Bo Harris no longer is out there decleating people. He is leading people on investment game plans. That's right, Bo Harris Wealth Management would love to see you start your 2026 by getting things really rolling and coming up with an investment game plan just for you. Bringing you the SEC update. The SEC announced their men's basketball players of the week. How about those undefeated Vanderbilt Commodores? Tyler Tanner is the player of the week, 6 foot, 175 pounds, sophomore from Brentwood, Tennessee. Hey, man, he lit it up. He had a career-high 29 points, 7 assists, 4 steals, and a win over 13th-ranked Alabama. He was the first player in college basketball this season, actually in several seasons, to have a 25-7-4 stat line in a top 15 matchup since Trae Young in 2018, and one of just 4 in the past 30 years. Trae Young, Chris Paul, DeAndre Kane, and Mike Bibby. He also had a 20-point outing and a win over LSU, giving him 5 20-point games in his career. Of the season. Your freshman of the week for the 5th time. I don't know how many times I have to keep telling you all this, but the top freshman in the land plays for the Arkansas Razorbacks, and it's Darius Acuff Jr., the 6'2", 180-pound freshman out of Detroit Rock City. Had 20 of his 26 points and 6 of his 9 assists in the second half in a win over Ole Miss. He set a record for most consecutive games of scoring double figures to start a Razorback career when he had 19 points at Auburn. Arkansas guard Darius Acuff Jr., a 5th win of the SEC Freshman of the Week. That's pretty salty. Your schedule tonight in SEC basketball action. Texas A&M, unbeaten in league play, faces the 24th-ranked Tennessee Volunteers. That game tips off at 6 o'clock on the SEC Network at the Food City Center in Knoxville. At 8 o'clock on the SEC Network tonight, 19th-ranked Alabama travels to the Humpty Hump Humphrey Coliseum in Starkville to take on the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Alabama is ranked, but they are 1-2 in league play. Mississippi State, unranked, is 2-1 in conference action. And the nightcap also at 8 o'clock on ESPN2. 19th-ranked Florida, the defending national champs, at 2-1 in league play. Visit the Oklahoma Boomasunos at the Lloyd Noble Center. Oklahoma is 1-2 in conference action. And that's your SEC update for right now. Once again, the SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan and get things rolling here bright and early in 2026. Imagine how great you're going to feel if you get that rolling. Get something going towards whatever it is your financial goal is, how much that's going to feel better this time next month, this time 6 months from now, this time a year from now. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors, Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo Harris Wealth Management by calling 318-670-3101. Visit them online at boharriswm.com or stop by the office, 223 Fannin Street in downtown Shreveport. And that was your SEC update. Time now, crowd, to put your hands together while our man Rogers Hampton continues to recuperate at home. We have been so fortunate and so lucky to have a man that I call Ray because of the sunshine that he emits the love that he really fosters from the studio audience. A man who needs no introduction, but I'm going to do one anyway. He is GeekCon Daddy. He is the Mardi Gras Mamba. He is Greg Adams. Well, Greg, they're nothing if not consistent as far as their reactions to your presence here yet again. Greg.
They treat me as well as the equipment around here.
Yeah, that thing, that's almost like a little workout there. It's almost like going over to Xmark Strength Equipment and getting a new mic stand.
I just have to be careful with it because while it may be tough to move, it's also quick to fall apart.
Right. You know, so you're saying it's tough to move and quick to fall apart?
Sounds like me in my mental state.
I was going to say. That sounds a little bit like me. Greg, yesterday, I just got to tell you, you're looking at a guy who's not very bright over here. And I think you've probably, how long have you been here, Greg? 12 years?
11.
11 years? So we've known each other 11 years. And you probably have deduced that he is not a smart man. So yesterday, Greg, I've been doing the walking every day, 3 miles, getting in literally at least 3 miles walking every day. Doesn't make me a pope, right? But I'm just trying to get some of the fat off. So we played basketball yesterday. Shoot a little horse. Robert and I have a little game where, you have to shoot from outside the lane, try to make 10 shots as fast as you can, get the little cardio up. Greg, I decided to do an old Monticello High School basketball drill yesterday. And you know who's paying for it today? No one else from Monticello High School basketball team from 1982-83 but this guy.
Yeah. I remember the last time I did that. Last time I decided to go to a gym and act like I was a junior again. And that was probably the closest I thought I was ever going to die. That was laying on the floor, hands over my head, looking at the ceiling, going, I'm going to be done in by suicides. This is how this is going to be done. I'm going to be running up and down the court.
Right.
And I'm going to just run out of oxygen. And I don't think I've ever gone back since.
Well, I did the laps around the floor while dribbling, and every time I'd hit the corner, go behind the back to make the transition, and go to the baseline, and go down the baseline, around the back to head up the sideline, back around the back to go down the back. 4 times yesterday, full speed. Full speed for me being, svelte 44-year-old. Why did I do that, Greg?
It feels like a good idea at the time.
It felt like such a great idea. It sounded like a brilliant plan. Hey, I'm building up my stamina by doing all this walking, and I've got a couple of dumbbells from Xmark on Saturday at their open house. And so I've been, I've been doing the rock and Rick by concentrating on the upper body. And then I've decided to do a little bit on the leg work as well, and that's what I'm doing the basketball and walking and stuff for. But walking here. Greg, I looked at the number of steps that I had after basketball. I went, well, that's not enough. So I got home and I decided to do my 3-mile walk. And I do my 3-mile walk. This time I did not have pit bulls bound upon me like they did on Sunday, which was a little disconcerting. Right there at the Ockley Bridge, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 2 pit bulls come running right up on me.
The dog of peace.
The dog of spreading sunshine, And I did the, hey, good boys. And who's a good boy? And then just kind of kept my hands in my pockets to not make it look like I'm carrying like 5 pieces of beef jerky, hanging off my arms. So I put my hands in my jacket pocket and just kind of rolled up, and then I just walked into Key Mexico and got a drink.
Yep, there you go.
So,
aren't you supposed to play dead? Isn't that what it is?
Well, I've thought about that, and I was like, as soon as I hit the ground, I will be dead.
Yeah.
Because I won't be able to. So now I carry bear spray with me.
That's good. That's brilliant. That is what is needed.
Yeah. But I will tell you, it's a little bit of a heart attack kind of. All of a sudden, like, boom, just out of nowhere, came literally running in front of me, boom, bouncing, and then looking up at me, roo, roo, roo. Like,
I honestly feel like, and I talk to my wife about this all the time, and she thinks I'm an idiot, but I think that I would fare better against like an alligator in a parking lot than a snake or dogs.
All right, we're talking strictly parking lot encounter.
Anywhere encounter except for in the water. If I'm land-based,
yeah, the gators we're dead there, right? If we get the gator on land,
but at the same time, if I'm in water, I think I could take the dog.
Oh yeah, just push him under,
yeah,
or her, equal opportunity.
So, it totally land-based.
Sure, land-based.
I think I win, or not maybe win, but
you can escape against a gator.
I have a better chance.
Against
a gator than a snake or dogs.
See, I put, and we're talking pit bull or just rabid angry dog, whatever.
Anything larger than
a Labrador.
Anything that's
a Labrador retriever.
That's not puntable.
Okay, Badman punted Baxter, for instance, from Anchorman.
Yeah, so anything that's not like easily just blow the whistle and kick off down to the 20.
Yeah.
Anything like that, I'm probably not. If I can't kick the dog 20 feet away,
right, then
I'm probably going down.
Okay. All right, I got you. And you feel like that, so your rankings of sure death goes dogs, snake, survive a gator on land.
Yeah, and somewhere in between those is like bear.
Oh, see, bear's tippity-top.
No, I still think I fare better against a bear. I think I'm dead if it's dogs. Like, I'm not even.
If these two dogs wanted to have attacked me Sunday, I would have been.
If it's Cujo, I'm gone. It's just like I know. And like if it's a snake that has decided it's going to kill me, I'm dead.
I somehow or another, and again, even in my athletic days, I was not known for my quickness, but I think that I would be able to maybe get away from a snake. Now, how close is the snake we're talking about here? Like you're walking around and boom, it's like
it's one
a foot away from
one that has decided it is coming for you.
Okay, so you're not spotting it over there.
No. Well, even if you do, it's coming for you. Like it spots you, you make eye contact, and it says you're dead, and it comes at you.
See, I think I could do serpentine and try to get away from it.
I don't know. Those things snap fast.
But what if I circle it, and then zig back around the other way, kind of like Barry Sanders.
If you can keep that up for who's got the stamina here?
I tell you what's also kind of disconcerting, Greg, is that where I encountered the pit bulls was on the Gilbert side of the Ockley Bridge over there where Bob is redoing Maryland's place and all that good stuff. So literally before I got like right where Quirby's, the 14th hole or whatever, Quirby's, and I could see at first I saw cars starting to slow down because again, why is that strange Neanderthal waving to every car that passes?
Right.
So sometimes they do that. Sometimes they just get flipped off or whatever. They were slowing down, and then I saw like one lady kind of look, and then I was like, "What is she looking at?" And and I did this, and all of a sudden I was like, "Oh, that's what she's looking at." Roo, 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 roo.
Oh, it's the dog of peace.
It's the dog of peace, and about 4 or 5 cars went very, very slow past me, and so I'm thinking maybe they were thinking Neanderthal's getting ready to get snapped up. We got to at least honk the horn or something. I think I might have had somebody, a soldier of fortune, try to come help save me.
They're slowly rolling by so they can make sure they get their live stream up on their phone.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they were trying to get the...
they're going to scream World Star from the...
World Star.
Yeah.
And, it takes 3 seconds for the Facebook Live to kick in.
Yep. You got to make sure it's up and active and have a plausible... Like, oh, hey, guys, I just wanted to check in, driving this morning, not like, check out this guy getting mauled.
Yeah. Then you could hear him, about 37 seconds in, you could hear him crying. That was the last sound he made. And I'm like, what the heck? And so I had on my little, my new little toy, my little Meta sunglasses, and I was listening to it. So I turned them off.
Okay.
So I could hear the jaws snapping on me, And as I turn them off and I start walking hey, boys, whistling with my hands in my pocket, and I'm looking, and I'm like, where can I go? Okay, it's Sunday, and so
Scale the fence.
So Maryland's is not reopened. Louder's is not open. Doc's wasn't open. The can't get into the store. I said, well, Key Mexico, here I come, and I'm bringing pit bulls with me. And so I just kind of walked very slowly and suddenly. I did not want to turn around, but once I got about to the stoplight, I just turned around, and they were back there about 50, 60 yards. And then I was like, okay, I think I'm still going to go have me a drink. And I did.
Yep, that adrenaline probably needs to get washed away. So
Yeah, not fun. And so yesterday, Greg, after I got through with basketball, I got to get some more exercise, man. Go do me 3 miles. And I did, and everything was fine. I get home, and I'm bringing the trash can in, and as soon as I walk through my gate, the gate catches me, literally grabs the back of my shoe, pulls my shoe off, and down goes Frazier. Graceful.
Like Swan.
It looked a little bit like Greg Louganis off a 10-meter platform.
Yep. Your neighbors are going to have to start having scorecards, and then every time you go down or
Yes.
get hit by something
Right.
in your own yard,
Yes.
they're going to have to score it.
Right.
So
This is the 4th time that I've fallen down on camera, and that does not include rolling over myself in my own truck, which I did go down on that one as well. So 5 times on camera I have. And the only thing that was disappointing this time, Greg, is that it didn't catch the audible,
But did you stick the landing?
I stuck the landing. I just grabbed the mail, and I stuck the landing. The mail flies about 4 feet in front of me, and I just laid there on my side just giggling like a schoolgirl, thinking, this is fantastic.
Like Josh Allen getting smashed by defensive
linemen. Just, and I looked, I was like, my shoe is off. And it was stuck on the bottom of the gate.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
at least it was there and didn't go flying in the air.
Yes, no lie. So it was an eventful day yet again, in just not being able to maneuver my own body around life. Much like Aaron Rodgers last night. Except when I was laying on the turf, I didn't have Sheldon Rankins grabbing a football right by my head and taking it 30 yards for a score.
You were still able to feel your foot to know that your shoe wasn't there.
Right. Aaron Rodgers woke up this morning thinking, what?
I don't know if he's waking up today.
Peace out. I am donezo.
I don't know if he wants to continue doing this, because the teams that are going to give him opportunities to keep doing this are the teams that are not going to be able to protect him.
Right.
If he wants to keep doing this, he is like sadomasochism.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this is to the point where he wants to get hurt.
Right.
Like he's not going to be happy until he dies on the
likes
field.
this stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wants to die between the lines.
Right.
And look, he shouldn't have been in Pittsburgh this year. He should have wrapped it up a few years back.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have done the Jets for 2 years. Probably shouldn't have done the Steelers.
Maybe when the Achilles pops, he should have realized, like, all right, look, my body can't even run out of the tunnel right now.
Uh-huh.
I got a lot of ayahuasca to do. There are a lot of caves in the hinterlands that I have not visited.
There are distant cousins that I have yet to disenfranchise and not claim anymore.
I really need to just get naked in a forest somewhere. I don't need to be here.
Yeah.
Really should have just stepped away. I mean, it's not the money. The guy's got enough money.
I would sure think so, yeah.
He's got a Super Bowl. He's got more MVPs than he's got is he the most or the second most?
He has 4. How many who would have more? I don't think Brady won that many, did he?
I think the Brady Manning era, like he was on the back end of the Brady Manning era, but I think they were stealing it from each other for a good portion of that.
Mahomes has won it twice. Brady won it 3 times.
Peyton Manning's got 5.
Peyton's got 5.
So second most MVPs. I mean, a lot of people put him on the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks. So what is he chasing?
Wait, does Peyton have 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. What's out there now? What? Just go home, dude.
Yeah. Like,
just go home.
It's last night was embarrassing.
It was bad. It was so bad. And hey, man, I get it. Texans are really good defensively. They are beast. But dude couldn't get out of the way. He got sacked by his own guys one time.
Yeah, the one guy pancake blocked Will Anderson.
Right.
And Will Anderson, I think, got credit for at least half a sack.
Half a sack, right.
Because he backed up into his own offensive lineman
Correct.
and went down.
Down. So, I mean, you have no mobility like that. I know some people, oh, man, Drake May better be ready. I'm like, well, Drake May can move.
Well, he's still better.
He's got to be ready, but he should not be just a statue. He will not be a statue back there the way that Rodgers was. And it just there were at least 2 occasions last night where Rodgers was being pressured and then tried to should have been able to get away from the rush, but he couldn't pick his legs up enough to get over like just a hand on the ground. I mean, the hand that was attached to a player, not like thing out there, but you know. Like
I got beef with one of the Texans after last night too.
Oh, hang on. Let's take a time out then. Let's let this stew a little bit. Okay. It is a Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. We'll visit with Brooke Stoehr coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber, locally owned and operated by our buddy, John Salmons, over at 1321 Martin Lane, just northeast of Bossier. They got everything, man. Doors and windows. They can install those, by the way. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. A reminder that if you have dry cleaning that needs to be taken care of, is the Mardi Gras ball this weekend? 24th.
There's probably
somebody's ball this weekend, but yours is the next weekend. Got a Mardi Gras ball to go to or something like that? You got gravy on the dress? Well, you know where to go. Porter's Cleaners. In by 9, out by 5 at Porter's Cleaners. Yes, sir. We're down Hambone, but we got Adams. Greg Adams. And we'll be back with it. An LSU update brought to you by Exmark Strength Equipment right after this. Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely. Boil
Shin
them
guards.
and cut them.
Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
In the studio with Daniel Lynch, our 11:30 The Tiger Lawn and Fence Industry Ace. Tell us more about the idea of relationship building. This sounds more like a generational company, not an annual company.
We've been in the community for a long time. I grew up in this community. I've tried to invest back into it. And so we're not here really just to sell you a fence. We want to build something in your backyard that's going to be great and you're going to be proud of. But we want to build a relationship with you because we are in this community to help people, not just to sell fences.
That doesn't just mean individuals. You're talking about businesses too, right?
Right, yeah. So we are commercial and residential. We're about a 50-50 split on that. We do take care of a lot of businesses, a lot of job sites, things of that nature. But not only that, but we do work with the residential industry as well. And we take care of everybody. That's what we're about. We're building relationships in the community and keeping everything you got safe and taken care of.
Learn more about this industry ace at lynchslawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey now, what do you say, pal? Tim Fletcher Show. Greg Adams here. Woohoo! Gosh darn it. Hair. It's everywhere. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella. Just off 3132, they've got the vats of bats and the walls of gloves to take care of the sluggers in your life, man, to make sure they got everything ready for baseball and softball season. Stop by 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Draco says the Steelers are like an addict that does good all year and relapses during the holidays. 7 straight playoff losses for Mike Tomlin. Fist Pump says, imagine turning the radio on right when Greg said, I just want to be naked in the woods somewhere. And that's not even taken out of context. Greg, that's one of the pleasures he has in life. After GeekCon, we lose Greg for about 4 days. Sometimes it's Kisatchie. Sometimes he goes up to the Washita's. I think were you naked and afraid in Big Bend one time down in the Rio Grande Valley? No, that wasn't me. That wasn't you? Okay. Somebody else. A guy that looked like you. Yeah. Yes. We didn't say he was naked and afraid. He just likes to get out there and get naked in the woods. And that's why he's GeekCon Daddy and Mardi Gras Mamba. Time now for an LSU update, and it's brought to you by X-Mart Strength Equipment. Located at 7144 West Park Road in Shreveport, Louisiana. Hey, man, I got my dumbbells from X-Mark. X-Mark saying, hey, we got some weights over to a dumbbell. Get it? I got me this 12-sided 15-pounders, and if you ever had a 12-sided 15-pounder, you know that's just about the perfect weight for just walking around the house, walking around the yard, getting a little exercise in, helping get the cardio going. But, man, they have so much there. It's a 100,000 square foot showroom warehouse over on Park Road. And they've got another one over on Mansfield Road. But, buddy, if you are looking for commercial racks for your gym, for your high school, for your college, fire department, Shreveport and Greenwood fire departments, both have X-Mark Strength Equipment. Parkway High School, X-Mark Strength Equipment. Caddo Magnet. They haven't lost a football game in like 50 years, Greg, at Caddo Magnet. One of the reasons? X-Mark Strength Equipment. Bringing you this LSU update. Well, it looks like Lane Kiffin, well, it doesn't look like, Lane Kiffin's got his man. Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt signed with LSU Monday, ending a courtship that included other suitors, including Kentucky, Tennessee, and Miami. Leavitt was considered one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the transfer portal. The 6'2", 205-pound sophomore has 2 seasons of eligibility remaining. As a redshirt freshman, he led the Sun Devils to a 2024 Big 12 championship and a spot in the college football playoffs with Cam Scadaboo. After throwing for 2,885 yards with 24 touchdowns and 6 picks, Leavitt threw for 1,628 yards and 10 touchdowns and 3 picks before a foot injury and surgery ended his season in 2025. Leavitt also ran for 749 yards 2 seasons ago and added 306 yards this season before the injury. He joins Elon transfer Landon Clark as the only 2 scholarship quarterbacks on the LSU roster, but that's 2 more than they had 72 hours ago. The Tigers were also able to reel sophomore running back Caden Durham back out of the portal and into the purple and gold fold. Durham had 505 yards rushing this past season. His return, along with Harlem Berry's commitment to remain a Tiger, and a pair of portal additions has shored up the LSU running back room. Sam Leavitt, despite Tennessee trying to come back over the top with their hat turned backward and getting ready to Sylvester Stallone LSU, it did not happen. No, sir. Not in my house. Dikembe says no. Get out of here, Tennessee, trying to get Sam Leavitt. Now, Sam Leavitt will not be ready for spring practice because of the foot injury and surgery. So you still don't know what you got, really, and how much he's going to be able to kind of jump in and get rolling. But the kid's got talent. And one of the knocks on him is that he tries too hard. He's too nice to old people. And he gives away too much money. No. The knock on him is that he, like Jackson Dart and Jaden Daniels, tries to get a little too much out of every play and puts his body at risk and takes some big hits. And that is something that you got to try to coach out of some of these kids at quarterback, because one shot to the melon juice and you're donezo for a while. And that is your LSU Update. It's brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment. That's the letter X, Mark, fitness.com. The letter X, Mark, as in X marks the spot. Xmark Fitness Equipment. Holy cow. Did you know that they are having the U.S. Powerlifting Association Masters Cup March 7th right there at 7144 Park Road? Cash prizes. They've already got full field event for both men and women over 40 years of age. It's the U.S. Powerlifting Association Masters Cup, and they will be using Xmark Strength Equipment. X marks the spot. Cookie Man texted in and said, I still can't wrap my head around LSU's baseball team last year. An undefeated season is unbelievable. And he said, speaking of, Caddo Magnet and Bipsy football, still undefeated. Seminary's football team was undefeated for a long time. You know, Greg, we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. 6:36 the time. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Dwella, just off 3132. Soccer parents, you know what it's all like out there, going out and watching your kiddos play. It's freezing cold. How about stadium blankets? How about cushions to sit on? How about sweats, hoodies, your kid's jersey number on the back, huh? Show some support for that kiddo out there. They're busting their buns out there for you, man. Stay warm at the soccer games by going by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Thanks as well to our friends over at GBT. They are the great banking team. You know, why do I want to punch the TV right now, Greg? Oh, because Joe Kelly's on the screen. Yes, Joe Kelly. Very punchable. Are you a Joe Kelly apologist?
Joe Kelly may be the most forceful anti-cheating player in Major League Baseball history. And therefore, I enjoy some Joe Kelly.
Yeah, he's a little much for me. I ain't paying him to be a deputy sheriff. I'm paying him to be a pitcher, is what I would say if I were one of the team owners or whatever.
If you were a Houston Astros guy.
See, I don't like him from the Cubs viewpoint. He was with the Dodgers when the Cubs beat him in the NLCS on the way to the World Series. He's just a jackass.
Well, he also was the only one who was
I know.
taking action when
Right.
Major League Baseball chose not to. He was out here defending the sport, and I got him for that.
Okay.
And he was the Shohei jersey number guy, right?
Might have been.
I d-
That sounds right.
Where he was like, "No, you can just have it," and then all of a sudden there's like a Lamborghini in front of his house or something.
Yeah, I think it was Joe Kelly.
Yeah, like, bro, you can just have the number.
Yeah, because he was 17. Yeah, and Shohei's 17.
You can just have it,
You
man.
can have it because you're a Shohei and I'm Joe Kelly and no one likes me except for Greg Adams.
All right.
GBT, the great banking team. I don't know if you know this, but Greg, can't get rid of this cold. GBT, the great banking team. When it comes to your banking needs, whether it's something complex, whether it's something that is going to take, some work and some planning, and hey, I got to meet with Matt, I got to meet with Bill, I got to go over this. We even have to get a phone call into Tom about this. Oh my, we got to move these things around. Or it's something as simple as, hey, I just need a checking account so I can pay my bills out of it and have my paycheck deposited in there. And I just want to be able to manage my money with a bank that really cares for me and is very nice, chock full of very nice people. Buddy, they are the perfect bank for both of those scenarios and everything else in between. They are GBT, and I truly believe that they are the great banking team. I love them, and I don't care who knows it. 3400 Line Avenue, just south of Byrd High School. Mansfield Road and Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Villaggio. Whether you're a Spanish teacher, man naked in the woods after a geek con, a restaurateur.
You're going to get called.
Exactly. A manufactured home dealer, or just an old sports talk show host. GBT's good for everybody. And we'll be back with more of the Early Riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, right after this. Sports World 8809, Juella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, oh, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Juella, just off 3132. Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right, buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, games, workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, paints and supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've all seen the smiling face for Goodwill Industries, but do we know what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana is actually doing in our community? Did you know they provide janitorial services, groundskeeping services, switchboard operators? They also have employees at state offices and libraries, at the federal courthouse, the VA, and the private sector as well, right here in Shreveport Bossier, with accounting, payroll, HR, IT, maintenance, and so much more. Yeah, they've got the retail centers, and yeah, they've got 6 job centers, but they do so much. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenate Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, welcome back everybody. It's 6:45, Tim Fletcher Show with Greg Adams sitting in for the recuperating Rogers Hambone Hampton. It's a lovely Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. Just so you know, we're live. This is not a recorded show. We're not doing any of that fake news stuff, man. We're here, buddy. Woo! Early Riser brought to you by Sports World 8809 Joella, just off 3132. When it comes to your uniform needs, school unis, soccer unis, baseball, softball, Little League's just about ready to start, huh? Couple of months. Same thing with Dixie League, Pony League, whatever. Whoop, whoop. Jump on it. You know you want to. Our show also is brought to you by our friends over at Daiquiri Express, where they have king cake daiquiris just in time for Mardi Gras. King cake daiquiris. Yum, 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 yum. 7 locations serving you all around the Arklatex, from Mendon to Nobo to Shreveport to Blanchard. You've got Daiquiri Express. Family owned and operated. The Johnsons are awesome human beings, and they have got your daiquiri station set up at Daiquiri Express. From the Live Oak Environmental text line, Barely Moving says, middle school boys basketball getting underway. Confident that Steph Curry has ruined an entire generation by thinking they all have Steph range. Greg, where do you stand on Steph Curry ruining basketball or being a legend?
So we kind of figured that out when I was in high school, that why would you ever shoot a 2? Like, we were just doing the math on, well, if your percentage from 3 is this high and you get one more point and your percentage from 2 is this, then it doesn't make sense to ever shoot a 2. So just somebody at the NBA level actually like sitting down and doing the math, and then it being a guy who, but honestly, how many players in history probably could shoot from, quote, Steph range, but never did because they were trying to get the ball inside? I bet Larry Bird could have been shooting from half court nonstop and just draining them.
Sure.
But that wasn't the game. The game for them was slow it down, grind people out, get it inside, score 2, go take the ball away from them again. So did he ruin the game? No, I think it was just the logical evolution of the game. Like Dan Campbell is getting with 4th downs right now. Mathematically, why would you ever punt it between these 2 yard lines? So it was going to happen. It's Steph Curry that did it. It could have been a lot of other guys, and if he didn't do it, it would have been somebody else.
We didn't have the 3-point line in high school, so I didn't get to experience the.
Yeah, I guess at what point, I guess I should have thought of that. At what point in Larry Bird's career did the 3-point line come in? Was it when he was in high school and college?
No, 3-point line debut NBA was 1979 in the NBA. So when he got to the NBA, it was there.
But like,
because he was in the 79 NCAA Final Four.
But when he's coming up, so does that mean it was in college? Did they have it when you played in college?
3-point line debut NCAA was 3-point field goals, history. ABA, of course, had it. We knew that. FIBA. The Southern Conference was the first one to bring it in 1980 and 81.
So he played college basketball without it.
Right.
So there was no incentive for him to do that.
It was adopted in 86, 87 for the entire NCAA.
Oh, my God.
Brent Price was another one. Who was there? Golly, geez, there was an old NBA, like 3-on-3 video game. What was that called, Greg?
NBA Heat? Or no, that was 2-on-2.
Might have been 2-on-2.
Yeah, NBA Heat was the one where you were heating up from the outside, and then you'd catch fire, and you would shoot threes, and it would burn the net.
Right.
They had big heads.
Was it John Sunvold?
There were some randos in that game because some guys didn't license themselves, so you would have some weird duos. I played the Suns as much as possible, get a little Dan Marley action going. There was another go-to team. I don't remember who it was. I just remember playing a lot of Suns and Dan Marley from downtown. Yeah, that was the game that, like, that game ruined a generation of play-by-play guys.
Right. Who? Golly.
Wow, if you think about the evolution of the 3-point line, though, if like all phases of basketball didn't really have it until, like, let's just say the 1990. Like, if it came in 86, 87 in college, guys were getting used to it. It wasn't really, like, solidified until, like, 1990. So Steph Curry comes into the NBA in 06. So Steph Curry comes in, is 06 or 09, somewhere in that range, I think. Or, no, it couldn't have been that long because he's not as old as LeBron. Bron came in 04.
Right. Steph might have been 2010, 2012.
Either way, you're talking about basically the first full generation that grew up with a 3-point line.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this just feels like evolution. Let's put a 4-point line in. 5 points if you get it over half court.
Okay. I'm with you.
Let's see. Steph Curry, when did he get in the league? 2009.
All right.
So he started college basketball in 06, I think. So,
Liberty.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, so he started in the NBA 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
What year was he born? That's a good question. That could probably answer this right away.
I think he's 36, isn't he? 36.
37. So he was born in 88.
Okay.
So he was born the first season that everybody had a 3-point line.
Right.
So he's like the first generation of players that grew up with a 3-point line.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's just your standard evolution, like he's born literally the year that.
All right. So what's happened in basketball, for instance, here in the last 5 or 10 years, that kids who were born in 2020 through now, what's the thing that they're growing up with in basketball?
Being able to Euro step for 7 steps without having a dribble.
There's that.
I think what you have right now, though, is the changes that have taken place in the NBA are not going to affect all players the way that Steph Curry has. And actually, okay, here's what it is.
Fire away.
Big men shooting threes.
Yeah, that's what my thing was going to be. Victor Wembanyama at 7'4" is parking it from 24 feet away and
actually
burying.
Even before that, though.
Oh, way before.
I think Dirk and Gasol, that generation. So that was like those kids are still coming up. Those kids are probably AAU age right now.
Mm-hmm.
So those guys are going to be where everybody is a Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama might actually be the first part of that generation where you have this giant alien who wants to shoot a 3 instead of back to the basket. He's maybe the first step in this moving forward. So I don't know what they're doing now that's going to be that next thing. We probably won't know until we see it happen. But I'm just trying to think of anything that's going on right now.
The big man being able to step outside and be able to handle the ball is something that just never did occur.
That's actually, maybe that's what it is ball handling.
Yeah.
Because even some of those guys that could shoot threes as big men weren't necessarily gifted with bringing the ball down the court. So maybe now it's being 7 foot with handles is going to be the future.
The future. Neckroll says, I know there's a lot of sports going on, but can we take some time to just talk Bill Murray movies?
I mean, we could.
I'm not going to not talk Bill Murray movies if that's what we want to do, but we do have some sports to get to. Need to walk before you can run, Barely Moving says. Chuck and pray is an effective key to victory. We need to work on dribbling and passing and fundamentals first, which is why I did my basketball drill yesterday at the Y. Working on my dribbling. Because I know I'm probably about 10 years away from dribbling at the table. Alpha Menace says another thing these generations have now is they can carry the ball when they dribble. Oh,
yep,
gosh.
That's what I was saying. You can take 7
You do the
steps
Euro
on
step, but the whole palming the ball. My gosh.
Yeah, that was already in, like, that's an and one thing. When I was playing high school basketball, that had already started. And you could tell the difference between officials, too. We would literally sit down and look at the officiating crew. If they were under 30, you knew that you could dribble however you wanted. If they were 30 and over, Like if they were 30 to gray hair, you were like, we don't know how it's going to go. We got to play it a little early. Gray-haired officials, you had to be like hardcore Bill Mikan, like George Mikan. Sorry, you had to be like fundamental, or they were going to blow it. But we also knew when they were gray hairs, we were going to be able to bump inside. So we were boxing out hard. We were high elbows. Yeah. There's some logic to it, but yeah, the carry dribble, that's been around for 20
My thing
years.
that I had when I was in high school, Greg, that coach tried to get it out of me as a sophomore, and they don't call it now, and so I'd be able to get away with it, but I would catch the ball wherever I was in the corner or the perimeter. I never really was a guard. I was, quote unquote, a 3 or a 4 for the most part. Wherever I would catch it, and if I had a defender on me, I'd have the ball down here or whatever, and I would take a step before I would dribble, like I'd have just by a fraction of a second, and if I was standing still and I took a step before I dribbled, they would call walking.
You have a pivot foot?
That's what I thought. But it would be one of them was my neighbor from 3 doors down that, was one of the referees that called a technical on me when I was told a guy to throw the blanking ball in, you blanking idiot. Because there was 3 seconds to go in the game and we were a point down and he was just letting the clock expire and I got a technical.
I would always argue when I got a tech that freedom of speech should extend to the basketball court, and the officials never wanted to hear that. But
see, this is why you need a good attorney at the games at all times.
Yeah, that was my game pretty much, was beating people inside on the block and getting techs. Couple of flagrants.
Snapping necks and writing checks, baby.
Couple of flagrants here and there, but don't try to drive in the paint on us.
No, not at all.
My entire game was influenced by Bill Lambier. I had high socks, sometimes rocked a headband.
Sure.
So if you wanted to drive inside,
look out.
There were a couple of offensive linemen down there on the blocks. Good luck.
Jack Johnson, another old-timey bare-knuckle boxer, just waiting to happen. I get it. Coach would just, in practice, he'd just shoot me with a BB gun. If I did it. You know what? They don't do that nowadays anymore, I bet, do they?
Probably not. No, that's a felony.
Well, see, and look how I was raised.
It used to be good old school coaching.
It used to be good old school coaching.
Now it's 3 to 5 in the pen.
Right. You make a mistake, you get popped with a daisy. You know what I didn't do anymore? I didn't take off without dribbling the basketball. I'll tell you that much.
At least for a week.
At least for a week. Bubba says a generation of the NBA is known for flopping and 7-footers shooting 3-pointers. Flopping is up there. Yeah.
Although flopping has been around for a minute. Flopping's been around for a bit. I don't ever remember not seeing flopping.
Flopping's been around, but it's at epidemic. Did I say that right word? Epidemic? Yeah. Epidemic proportions now.
I think the most egregious flop I ever saw in my life was a Karl Malone flop back in the day.
I know which one you're talking about.
Because you're looking at that guy going,
you would have to hit him with a truck
way
to knock him off.
Yeah.
There's not a Silverado that could knock him off on his keister.
Palms are in the air, flailing, and I'm like...
He looked like a beetle that had just, been flicked off someone's shirt.
Somebody think about the poor hardwood.
Exactly. Yeah, he was a great flopper. LeBron's the king of the flop.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, to me, that should be his...
Ooh, there might be a better seller, but I don't think there's anybody that's been as high profile as him.
Oh, he's by far the highest profile flopper. And I think it would be fantastic if they, maybe on his bust or whatever, or his plaque, that his position that they show him in is the flop. That would be pretty funny. 318 says it's NBA Jam, not NBA Heat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Is Heat? No, Heat's not it is Jam, but I keep thinking Heat because you catch fire. NBA Jam.
Yeah. Coach Sharp, I never knew your neighbor was in the band 3 Doors Down.
Here without you.
And Bubba said, I'm talking like soccer flopping. It's a whole new level. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. And now you're seeing it in college. And, now flopping has even matriculated into football, for Pete's sake, as we all know.
I played with plenty of floppers. It's not new.
Never flopped in my life in high school. Never had a teammate who flopped. We got knocked on our asses the old-fashioned way, Greg, by someone bigger and stronger putting us on our keisters.
Nope. I saw plenty of it. There were teams that made their entire identity.
Well, we were back when men were men.
Yeah. No, again, going back to that, things that used to be okay are now felonies.
Right.
Like, I played in the era where we started to get, like, concussions were becoming a thing. So if you hit a player too
concussions
hard.
had not been invented by the time when I was in high school.
They were invented while I was in high school.
Right. Like in the 90s, right? 2000s?
2000s. Early aughts.
Who was the inventor of the concussion? Was that Terry Bradshaw?
I think it was Will Smith.
Will Smith?
Yeah, I think there's a documentary when he invented CTE.
Oh, that's true. He did.
Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't have. I wished happy birthday to the guy who gave me my first concussion the other day.
I don't remember it.
Oh,
I don't remember his
second
name. I do remember being in the hospital. But
buddy, Greg, it's just it was our blue-white scrimmage sophomore year, and I was the quarterback on the blue team going up against the starters on the white team. Back to pass, fumble, snap. Okay, fumbled center exchange, and I'm down to pick it up, and then Paul Thompson comes in, and his knee hit me right on the crown of my head as I'm.
Yep, that'll do it.
And as I've said before, I woke up about 5 minutes later with my friend Nat standing over me like, "Are you okay?" And I kind of rolled over, and everybody else was around Paul Thompson's knee. I'm over there completely dead with Tweety birds, above my head, and I don't know where am I? He's like, "Oh, you ran into Paul Thompson's knee," and literally every coach was over there with Paul Thompson. And we went to my girlfriend and I went to the dance that night, and I remember it, Greg, like it was yesterday. Pop music was playing, and I was sitting on a table in the VFW hut where we had our dances. And I remember turning to Amy, and I'm like, "I'm not feeling good." She goes, "You okay?" I said, "I got to go outside." Went outside, threw my guts up. She goes, "Do we need to go home?" I was like, "I think I need to go home." I said, everything is spinning, and it is not good.
Yep, that was.
And I think she went home. I think we went home. I don't think she went back in and danced with. Did she go in and dance?
Yeah.
Son of a.
Or that's a concussion memory.
Maybe so.
I can't remember who it was that we played, but I just remember. I remember being in the hospital, and not really knowing how I got there, but as it was told back to me, me and another teammate met at the quarterback.
Yeah.
And we chose the same shoulder to hit.
Nice.
And so we helmet to helmet ourselves.
Nice.
I played the rest of the game.
Well, sure we did.
But I don't really remember much of it. And whatever I said, however I was talking, immediately following the game, precipitated either my mom or somebody who was around me to go, "I think you need to go to the hospital."
I didn't know he knew German.
And then I remember being in the hospital, and I actually think I got a CT scan.
Wow.
See,
that wasn't invented in the 80s either.
And I kind of remember that part, and then really remember somebody explaining that it was a concussion. So I had one of the good, high quality. I had a few of the other Seeing Stars ones, but that was one of the top tier NFL blue tent style.
Right.
I might have been too offending. I don't know. But
I don't know if I was doing the too offending as well. Gosh dog it, because I don't know if we had tape of all that stuff. Of course, Greg, I just had my bell rung. That's all I had.
That's all it was. That was all.
I just had my bell rung.
I was apparently able to remember the plays because I finished playing and I was on offense. So I was apparently I'd have gotten pulled if I was not running the right play. So
the worst example I can remember, and I think it was my buddy Wade, who was such a toughest kid. My age, we were the same age. Wade was literally the toughest guy besides my friend Nat that I've ever seen in my life. 135-pound linebacker.
Yep.
All district, by the way, in AAA football, because he just did not care. He ended up being an IRS agent. But if I remember exactly, he was knocked out so cold, I think it was Wade, that he literally went to the wrong sideline.
Yeah, that's good.
He starts walking toward the sideline, and we're like, Wade, hey.
That's one of those grade A USDA concussions. That's what we're talking about.
And I think he might have missed the rest of the game. I think. 318 says Vladi Floppy Divac. Yeah, Vladi was. Yeah. Going back to the shooters, imagine if Peja had gotten here earlier in his career. If Stojakovic had been here at the age of 23, then we might not know that Steph Curry would be like, he's only 1,300 points behind Peja Stojakovic for all-time three-pointers. Bubba, early 80s school-issued football helmets had potholders stuffed in the top for padding. Yes, that's basically correct. And Doc Marvin, Amy went inside to check on Paul Thompson and danced with him. That son of a... And I wished him happy birthday the other day. Of course, can't wish Amy happy birthday. She's not on Facebook. How horrible is that? The old can't even just see what the old high school girlfriend's up to nowadays.
Probably because she's got a different last name.
Well, that's probably.
His name's Thompson now.
Yeah. What? That son of a... 7:06 the time. We have wrapped up the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World. 8809 Joella, just off 3132. It's the Fuzzy's Taco Shop Cleanup Hour. Whoop, whoop. Come on. We are now 54 minutes away from Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They're so delicious. The breakfast tacos and burritos are so good. So are the deals at Chevyland. They're having their Silverado sell-off. $9,000 off MSRP on a 2026 Silverado 1500 on so many of them. $9,000 off sticker price. And how about 1.9% financing for well-qualified buyers on select new 2025 and 2026 Silverado 1500s. It's a Silverado sell-off, and it's happening right now at Chevyland, your number one Chevy dealership in the area, among the top 250 Chevy dealerships around, buddy, in the country. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Together, let's drive. Go see Bubba. Go see Steve. Go see Jerry at Chevyland. And we'll be back with your SEC update and more right after this. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World. We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We have the owners of Bobby L. Green Plumbing in with us, Justin Green and Michael Green. How many customers do you think, percentage-wise, have been Bobby L. Green customers for maybe their own second generation or maybe even a third generation of customers?
I would say probably 60 to 75% of our customers are repeat customers whose parents and grandparents have used us for generations, and that's just something that we pride ourselves on, and we want to continue to be the go-to in the community.
You can find Bobby L. Green Plumbing on the web, greenplumbing.com. That's green with an E, plumbing.com. The Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, brought to you by Donnie Brewer's Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When you're looking for a beautiful manufactured home for 60, 70, 80, 90 bucks a square foot, you know where to go. The BQH at 3830 East Texas.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Payton Lawyer Spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. 7:09 the time. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. I'll alert you here, Greg. Okay, you got it? All right. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, they open in just 51 minutes. 51 minutes away from breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos. Drew and the crew are ready to get your Tuesday off to a great start. It's Taco Tuesday. So that means, what? The regular tacos at Fuzzy's Taco Shop are $2.50 today. The premium tacos are $3.50 at Fuzzy's Taco Shop today. Buddy, don't let Taco Tuesday go by without celebrating appropriately at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Download the Fuzzy's Taco Shop app. You'll be glad you did. Rack up points, get free food. Hester hadn't paid for a meal at Fuzzy's in probably 17 years. Fuzzy's Taco Shop.com, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Take the industrial exit. Go north. Couple of places to get fuzzy. Right there at Industrial in Texas. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Greg and I are distracted right now for I've got a valid reason why I'm distracted, okay? And I'll explain later. But first things first. How about a little SEC update? It's brought to you by our friend, Bo Harris, and Bo Harris Wealth Management. The SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows that there are questions that we all need to be asking, whether you're a 28-year-old out in the professional ranks for the very first time or a 64-year-old who's wrapping up your work career. Hey, do I have enough money to retire? What's my plan on retirement? Would I be able to retire when I want to? Well, who's going to manage my investments later on in life if something happens and I don't have the health necessarily to keep an eye on things? Who do I trust? Who's going to be the man or woman to kind of guide me through this process? You need someone that you can trust, someone you get along with, someone who's got your best interest at heart. Hey, guess what? I know someone who fits the bill. His name is Bo Harris. He is everything that you're looking for and more in trying to come up with an investment game plan from a trusted source who's got your best interest at heart. 100% Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bringing you this SEC update. Portal. It's all portal. Well, there is somebody in the portal now that I think has gotten a lot of folks excited as of this morning. Colorado offensive lineman Jordan Seaton was one of the top offensive linemen in high school when he chose Colorado 2 seasons ago. He was instantly a smashing success, earned all Big 12 second team as a freshman, started every game that he's played. He is a beast, and he is now in the portal. Oregon and Texas are to be watched, but keep an eye on LSU, Miami, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and Texas Tech. If you throw in Michigan and Ohio State, that's basically everybody you should be watching out for in the transfer portal anyway. Oregon, Texas, LSU, Miami, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Texas Tech. Throw in Ohio State, Michigan, and Indiana now. And those are the 10 teams that are going to be after everybody in the portal. But this is a big one. And whomever gets Jordan Seaton is going to get a plug-and-play starting left tackle. And I think, call me nuts, but I believe everybody's looking for one of those. Speaking of, everyone also wants edge rushers, right? Well, Missouri transfer edge Damon Wilson is back in Venice, Florida. He visited LSU over the weekend. It appears that it's down to Alabama, Miami, Texas Tech, and LSU. He is going to visit Miami in the near future, but maybe they have a couple of other things on their mind as of right now. Little national championship. So as far as the SEC quarterbacks right now that have come into the SEC from the portal, Saturday Down South has a ranking of the 7 top quarterbacks. At number 7, Landon Clark, the kid from Elon who transferred into LSU. At number 6, A.J. Hill at Arkansas, who transferred from Memphis to follow Ryan Silverfield. Kenny Minchie, former Notre Dame quarterback, is now at Kentucky at 5. Mizzou's Austin Simmons, who transferred in from Ole Miss. And number 3, Deuce Knight, who went from Auburn to Ole Miss. And number 2, Aaron Philo of Florida, who was previously at Georgia Tech. And the number 1 quarterback transfer so far, this was before Sam Leavitt, touchdown in LSU, is South Florida quarterback Byron Brown, who followed his coach to Auburn. That seems like a pretty frail list if you ask me, but who's asking me, right? And that's your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris. 318-670-3101. 318-670-3101. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo. There we go. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris, WM.com, 318-670-3101. Located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Yes, sir. Oh, hang on. Okay. Had to get photographic proof for somebody there, Greg. Doc Marvin says, oh, yeah, Amy went inside to check on Paul Thompson's knee. Oh, added the knee. So now Doc Marvin's saying that my girlfriend went back in to check on the knee of the senior who popped me in the head with his knee and then danced with him. Could have sworn she went home with me to check on me. Maybe not. Stranger things have happened. Kevin wants to know, hey, did I miss something? Is Sam Leavitt officially at LSU? Yes, he is signed, sealed, delivered. Our long national nightmare is over. Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Fuzzy's gets it done, son. Breakfast tacos aplenty, breakfast burritos outstanding, and it's Taco Tuesday at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. And that makes it all right with me. Our show also is brought to you by the wonderful folks over at Cormier Family Dentistry. Oh, yeah, Adam and Jana Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. (868-4072). Greg, did you know they offer oral conscious sedation so you can drift pleasantly even through the most complex procedures? Which is kind of like what we were talking about when we got kneed in the head, you know, and you met your teammate helmet to helmet. Not as pleasant, though. I didn't drift pleasantly through. Of course, at Cormier Family Dentistry, you can single visit crowns. That's right, they make their own crowns there. Cosmetic dentistry, the home of friendly staff and beautiful smiles. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072 on East Kings Highway in the triangle between Albertsons, Aikens Nursery, and Drug Emporium. I just made the U because I was trying to do the thing. Cormier Family Dentistry. When we return, Adam Hester in studio this morning. Our special guest, Adam Hester. Wow. Crowd goes wild. We'll talk Steelers, Texans. That was ugly last night. Was it ugly enough to end 2 careers in black and gold, or black and yellow, black and yellow? Greg, did you just experience like a flashback of some sort? A little PTSD there? So hang tight, hang loose, have fun. You got nothing else to do. We got 2 hours and 40 minutes left of radio. Just hang out with us. We're not doing anything either. let's slough off together. We'll be back right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited.
They do not give up until you pay.
They put a lien on my house.
How about you? Do you owe back taxes? Call Tax Solutions now and get some help. For a limited time, the IRS offers a tax forgiveness program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Our team can make it easier for you to pay back taxes, avoid tax liens, and get a fresh start. Sometimes you just need a second chance.
I call Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
At Tax Solutions Now, our affiliates are all accredited by the Better Business Bureau and members of the National Association of Tax Professionals.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Time is running out. Call Tax Solutions now. Call 800-319-6697. 800-319-6697. 800-319-6697.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, brought to you by Donnie Brewer's Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. When you're looking for a beautiful manufactured home for 60, 70, 80, 90 bucks a square foot, you know where to go. The BQH at 3830 East Texas.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show with Greg Adams in for the recuperating Rogers Hampton, and Adam Hester's in the house. Yay! That's a pretty hearty yay right there, Hester. You're beloved, you know.
Oilers with a 4-1 win at Chicago.
We don't like that.
I mean, I'm not rooting for Chicago.
I'm rooting for Connor Bedard. Is he still hurt? Didn't I ask this last week?
Yes. Just make you start doing your own hockey research.
Do what?
Make you start doing your own hockey research.
Thank you, sir. It's teaching me a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Coach shooting me with a BB gun when I take a step without dribbling. Mm. So last night, the Pittsburgh Steelers laid a turd in the punch bowl at home in front of. It must be miserable being a Pennsylvania professional football fan. You just boo the whole time. Steelers fans, Eagles fans, just boo. Boo. Mike Tomlin, of course, has now lost 7 consecutive playoff games, which is hard to do. So hard he's the only guy to do it besides Marvin Lewis. Marvin Lewis got canned immediately after his 7th playoff loss, right? Or did he go one more season and go like 0-15 and then they 0-14 or whatever, and then they fired him? But not good. Aaron Rodgers, not good last night. Looked very slow. Looked indecisive. Could not get away from anybody. It was ugly. So just kind of curious, fellas. Of those two, Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, who do you think, if the over-under is 1.5 for being in the NFL next year as a player and coach, you taking the over or the under on Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers being in the league in 2026?
You said 1.5?
1.5.
I take the under.
So
they're not both going to be back.
So one of them is leaving.
Probably both going to be gone.
Well, both are not going to be in the same spot.
Yeah.
I think Rodgers is done. And then I think Tomlin is coaching somewhere else. Tomlin will probably be coaching at the loser of the John Harbaugh sweepstakes.
Who's going to be the loser of that?
Whoever the loser of the John Harbaugh sweepstakes is probably the winner of the Mike Tomlin sweepstakes.
Well, the rumor is that Tomlin has a gargantuan TV deal already offered, according to Pro Football Talk. That he's got
to return to house?
That he has a TV deal immediately that will handsomely pay him to forget about coaching again.
All right, well, I mean, that might be it. If he wants to coach, there will be a job waiting for him. It's not a guy.
Yeah, for sure.
He doesn't have to go be a coordinator for a couple of years before getting another shot. He immediately steps in to be the head coach somewhere else if he wants to.
That's not an upgrade in Tennessee. The answer is yes.
I mean, that's an upgrade pretty much across the. I mean, except for maybe the Baltimore opening. That's Baltimore and Cleveland maybe. That's an upgrade pretty much everywhere. But there are places that he couldn't be. Like, there are places you couldn't put that guy. I don't think he could coach the Giants.
Well, the Giants are going to hire Harbaugh.
If he wants it.
I think he wants it. From everything that I've read, he has done so much research and is all in on this stuff. And the Mara's kid, which one is it? Chris? Not one of the teenage boys, but like a real adult.
Do they put Madden ratings on coaches in the game?
Yeah, I think, has made it very clear that the Giants are going to do whatever they can to get Harbaugh. So they're going to make John Harbaugh the highest paid coach in the NFL. And I think Harbaugh, my prediction is he's coaching the Giants. Did you see where Kelvin Shepard is getting an interview in Miami, I believe?
That feels right. I think he played there.
Former LSU standout. Did he play with Jacob?
I don't remember what years he was there.
After that,
yeah. Good linebacker. Of course, he's the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. But last night, Tomlin, how much of that loss is on Tomlin?
I mean, in the game, there's nothing he could do.
Nothing he could have done.
So in the game, it's not on him. Construction of the team and knowing like there's a light coming at the end of that tunnel, and it's not victory. It's the sweet release of death. And it was just a matter of time until they got there. They linked up with the Texans in the first round. That's where your story ends.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there were any other AFC team that if they linked up with, it wasn't going to end that way. The Texans just happened to be the team that was the exact poison that killed them quick.
And the Texans would have done probably something similar to Baltimore, but I couldn't help thinking last night that, man, at least a healthier Lamar would have made this game a little bit more interesting than the statue that is Aaron Rodgers. That if Lupo's kick doesn't fly off the shelf, then we're probably entertained by a little bit better game last night than what we experienced with, the statue. It was just a really bad game. They could do nothing. And a lot of that had to do, obviously, with a defense that is just chock full of studs everywhere you look. But is there a recency bias because they were so dominant over the Steelers that we overlook that the Steelers really aren't good? And so the Texans are getting a little bit of a bump right now because they're only, a 3-point dog at New England next week? Well, that's going to...
I already put money on that.
You took the Texans, correct?
Yeah. +3.
+3.
That'll get a hook by the end of the day. Probably by kickoff, it's
4.5.
No, I think it's going the opposite way. I think it's 2.5 by the end of the day.
You think that Texans will start getting some of that? I believe depends on a couple of concussions. Gonzalez, best defensive back for the Patriots, suffered a concussion, and then Nico suffered a concussion as well. His looked more serious than Gonzalez because Nico couldn't get off the field. He had to have help to get off the field.
He's been out so much, and they still keep rolling. So
well, Christian Kirk certainly stepped up last night. The captain got after it. 8 catches, 144 yards, and a touchdown. C.J. Stroud, though, was terrible. gosh awful. So much so that there were people who should know better saying, is it time for Davis Mills to come in and save this game? Just by stopping the turnover.
5 fumbles?
5 fumbles, lost 2 of them, and had a pick. 4 fumbles, lost 2 of them, and had a pick.
He is the weakest part of that team. He is an absolute liability.
He is. The C.J. Stroud good games are kind of being sprinkled further away from each other to where he's not really been able to put together like a 3 or 4 game string where you're like, all right, now he's got it. Now I think that we're going to be okay with this. He is. Woody Marks was a bright spot last night. 112, 114 yards, his first 100-yard game. Chubb was okay last night, but it's that defense that is just – there's something, man.
I would like to thank Dalton Schultz for nuking all the parlays.
Well, that's the guy I'm blaming. Number 7 for nuking all the parlays.
Okay, fine, but Dalton Schultz, just catch one more ball. Just plus 15 on receiving yards. Just one more. Maybe stretch forward on it. I got beef with Dalton Schultz right now.
As well you should. After the game, Scott Van Pelt was on set at Accenture Stadium. And if you guys were watching last night, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. They brought out Will Anderson and Azeez Al-Shahir for post-game stuff without their shoulder pads on. Still had their football pants on, but just their undershirts. I don't know if you've seen a photo of it, Hester, or a video of it. Greg, if you saw it at all.
Everything that y'all are talking about is the first time I don't know anything that happened last
night. Okay. Because you were a basketball or softball?
Basketball, yeah.
They're on the set together, and it literally looks like when Derrick Henry was standing next to Mark Ingram at the coin toss in Tuscaloosa that time. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Al-Shahir is 6'2", 228 pounds. He looked like Mary Catherine standing next to Netherton last night. How huge is Will Anderson? Again, Shahir, 6'2", 228. Anderson's only 6'4", 243. But he looked like he was twice as wide, twice as thick. How do people get away from this cat? He's still only 24 years old, by the way.
Mm-hmm. He can play for Indiana.
I said last week, Myles Garrett is number one most terrifying human being in the NFL. Number 2, and quickly closing the gap, is Will Anderson Jr.
God, he's something else, man. I don't know if I knew how big he was when I saw him. Because at first I'm watching this, I'm like, what cornerback is that for the Texans? I went, wait a minute. That's Shahir. He's a linebacker. My gosh, he dwarfs him. Steelers' offensive line was terrible last night. Just terrible. And they've got no weapons. DK had a couple of catches and then had Rodgers' best throw of the night. Hit DK in stride, and he just flat out dropped it. Would have been about a 35-yard gain in the first or second quarter, and they would have been inside the 25 or so. And that was it. That was the last gasp of competitiveness whatsoever. One of our resident Steeler fans, Jason, not happy. Great coaching admits when they've been beat. They adjust their philosophy to adapt to an ever-changing game. I present to you Exhibit A, Coach Tomlin, and why Tomlin's Steelers are the first in NFL history to lose 5 consecutive playoff games by double digits. 28 different head coaches have won a playoff game since Mike Tomlin's last win, including Jason Garrett and Mike Mularkey. Mike Tomlin has now gone one and done 9 times in the postseason. He won a playoff game in only 4 of his 19 seasons as a head coach. Is he a good coach? Sure. He's a living proof of the definition of insanity, though. Above average is the standard, and that is not great.
I hate that for him.
All of us Steelers haters
that's terrible.
in mourning today.
Really bad.
Color's Mistake says, I hope Aaron Rodgers is done again. Hate that guy. Go Bears. Ernie, how many playoff games have my Chargers lost in a row whenever they have made it? At least, well, I know Herbert's 0-3, including giving up a 28-point lead to the Jaguars, 2 years ago?
That's right.
Booyah! I find it really telling that Aaron Rodgers is a horrible teammate person, that when he was on the sideline and the backup was in, he stood alone. Not one player was coming up to him to shake a hand, talk to him, or anything in what was supposed to be the last game of his amazing career. I don't know. I don't know if I read too much into that, because after the game, you had DK saying, man, I sure hope he's back. He's a great teammate. Love him. It's going to be up to him. Hayward, who was one of the guys calling him out when he was still kind of deciding whether to go to Pittsburgh or not. Cam Hayward was one of those guys that was like, if he don't want to be here, we don't need him. Even he was like, he's a great teammate, love him to death. I hope he's back. Let's run this thing all over again. So I think that he's a good teammate.
There seems to be more of those guys than what ESPN would have us believe.
Correct. I think that we are getting the ESPN version of Aaron Rodgers a lot, which is he's the kook. He's the guy that does the mushrooms. He's the guy that nobody likes. He hates his family.
No, his brother sucks.
Yeah, right.
I think I know why we're...
Now, once again, every one of those things is true that I just said, but inside the locker room, which we all know, all of us have been there.
Did you go home for Thanksgiving if Jordan Rodgers was flapping his gums?
No, I would not.
No.
But inside a locker room, things are just a whole lot different, man. I mean, what looks like somebody you wouldn't want to be around on the outside, you get on the inside and you find out that they're your partner, you know, and that's what makes a team. And I think that Rodgers has certainly been around the league long enough in the game of football long enough to know that you've got to be a good teammate to have any success whatsoever on the field. You can't foster bad chemistry as a quarterback and expect to have success. It's just not going to happen. And so I think I've never heard him being a bad teammate whatsoever. Even Jordan Love said, hey, man, he helped me out tremendously, which is the opposite of what Brett Favre did to Aaron Rodgers, And so for all the many, many things that you can kind of sling arrows at Aaron Rodgers for, I think being a good teammate's not one of them. And that's just based on what the actual guys are saying. I think a lot of that last night, by the way, booyah, as far as the guys not coming up to him, I think it was kind of a, hey, give him some space. He's got every one of those guys. There's Hayward right now. I'm just here to say that I want him. I want to go play with that quarterback. Hayward doesn't have to say that. They can just say, hey, man, we're all just trying to get over this loss. We'll talk about that later.
Sure. Oh, what do those words mean?
Yeah. Well, you usually mean what they actually are coming out of their mouth.
Greenberg's, yes.
Yeah, no lie.
Please say that.
Please defer on making a comment. That means that you're making the comment by not deferring by saying that.
Problems in Pittsburgh.
How problems in Pittsburgh affect the Dallas Cowboys and Dak.
What does this mean for Dak?
Can LeBron overcome this?
Yeah, right.
On the next, get up.
And how many at-bats until Shohei?
Until Shohei. So I am, look, and I think that when I was watching the game last night, I saw the same thing, booyah, that he was by himself, and I'm like, I know exactly what they're doing. They're like, dude's given this league, 21 years of going out there and chucking the onion? Mm-hmm. And we all know, all his teammates know that this might be it.
Yeah.
So let's kind of let him just be with his own thoughts there for a little bit.
And love him or hate him, you need a bad guy. You need a heel. You need a villain for every one of those hero arcs. So if he's the villain in your story, you got to be like, you're going to miss it. You're going to, all the Tom Brady haters that existed are the ones that are talking about how good he is broadcasting now. Like the Brady haters, I think, really quickly realized.
Same thing with Saban.
Yeah, Saban 100%. As well. Mm-hmm. Like, once you realize how good you had it when you had the perfect villain, Batman isn't Batman without the Joker.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So even if you hate Aaron Rodgers right now, when it's time for him to go, just understand you're going to miss that. I think there are Bears fans that probably miss it already a little bit. Well, maybe not Bears fans.
This is one of those things where you have to kind of be
Sure.
like empathy, a human, to understand. So, when he's gone, there are people that will miss him.
Yeah, I think that the villain aspect of it, everyone needs a heel. Like you said, Batman without the Joker is just a men in tights. And so with Rogers, who's the villain now? If he hangs it up, yeah, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Who
For
else?
Sure it is. It's not even close.
Is there anybody else?
No, Mahomes would be the villain right away.
Mahomes was the villain already.
Yeah, I mean, because Rodgers has fallen off a little bit. Like, Rodgers at his peak was the villain. He's still kind of the villain to a few people, but he's not doing, like, epic villain stuff anymore. Now Mahomes is kind of taking up that role. Trying to think who else is out there
That's
that
what
could
I'm trying to think. Who's another heel in the league right now?
A lot of them are too likable. I don't know what Josh Allen would have to do to go heel.
No,
that heel turn is...
He is so far from heel.
But to be fair... Nobody expected Hogan to turn heel, and when he did, it was incredible. So
even if Bobby Heenan tried to ruin it for us.
He's the third man.
What side is he on?
I'm trying to... Is there really anybody right now?
It's Mahomes, because everybody hates his wife.
Right.
Everybody
and his
hates
brother, who's disappeared, by the way,
who's
off
been
the face
removed.
of the earth.
Yeah.
He's gotten a little... Yeah, he's got a little bit of that Taylor Swift hate that's kind of rubbed
I
off
think there's
on
a
him.
rub of that as well.
I think Kelsey is also among. I think there's some folks that hate Kelsey.
But I think Kelsey's about to step away as well.
Sure.
So I guess we just have to wait to see what
Dak
one of the,
certainly is also one of those guys that.
The difference, though, is obvious. Mahomes is the closest thing to Brady.
Yeah.
It's not even close. There's nobody else that's close.
We just have to wait to see who of the young crop is going to be that.
Jackson Dart has a chance to be
Yep.
a heel.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix has a chance.
I think people are in love with Drake May now, but it just takes a couple of awkward press conferences.
Yeah.
Especially in that team.
Yeah.
For that team.
Right. And I tell you, a couple of things with old Tyler Shuck since the season has ended. He has let his freak flag fly a little bit.
He's got a little smugness to him.
He has thrown out he's thrown some F-bombs around on some podcasts about this, that, and the other, about, hate this guy, hate that guy.
Oh, no.
Words. He's, I don't know. He just is not
He's
He's
win.
not Josh Allen waiting to happen, being the everyone loves me kind of thing. I think that he's
actually
he's as good as Josh Allen on the field. He's better than Josh Allen. Tyler Shuck is. I'm saying that right now.
There's an obvious one that if he wins, if he gets a Super Bowl under his belt and he gets the main national stage again, the actual obvious answer is Baker Mayfield.
Oh, yeah.
Well, sure.
But he's got to win
got
first,
that in.
otherwise he's just chirping over.
But he's
there.
got to do what he's never done.
Yeah.
Sir, you won the Heisman.
Oh, an individual award. How'd that work out team-wise?
Made a lot of money.
He's the Oklahoma quarterback, so he's automatically a candidate for that.
In the candidacy for him.
There's that part, too.
All right.
And Tyler Shuck is let's relax a little bit. He's still wrestling Disco Inferno to open Nitro. He's not exactly a member of the NWO.
He's on the DDP track because he's older than half the starting quarterbacks in the league. So he's
He's Alex Wright.
He's not older than half the quarterbacks in the NFL. I know we need to take a timeout. We've got an LSU update coming up, and that'll give you plenty of time for research there, Greg. We got text to get to. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Hester hadn't paid for a meal there in 15 years because of all the points he racks up. It's Taco Tuesday, don't forget.
If only that was true.
Yeah, Taco Tuesday. It's time to rack up some points there. Download that Fuzzy's Taco Shop app, which you do use and find very convenient.
Yeah.
What's your favorite taco, just regular taco, outside of breakfast tacos? What's your go-to?
The last thing that I got was the quesadilla.
Oh, that's right. And before that, you got the enchilada plate.
Yeah, enchilada. That's right.
Yeah.
The quesadilla was very good. It's the good old steak quesadilla.
Oh.
No reason to mess this up.
They've got.
I always, though, even if I get something else that's not tacos, I will add just a regular old ground beef hard shell taco.
Can't go wrong with that, man. Especially in a place that does tacos well.
Correct.
That you're like, well, I don't want to lose money on this deal, so give me a taco. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Download the app. Get into the points, my friend. Our show also coming at you courtesy of Bowman Asphalt. Ryan Bowman, Mr. Big. If you could walk on it, park on it, build on it, or drive over it, Bowman Asphalt's got you squared away. They've got 57 years experience, 4 generations. Bowman Asphalt. 318-742-8100, bowmanasphalt.biz. We'll be back with an LSU update right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Today we're joined by Brent Salzman with Louisiana 811.
Hitting an underground utility line could result in utility outages for you or your neighborhood, costly repairs that you may be responsible for, fines from enforcement agencies, injuries, or sometimes even death.
What's the cost of contacting 811?
It's absolutely free. The utility companies pay for the program to protect their lines for sure, but also the environment and you.
What if I'm only digging a few inches under the ground?
Shallow digging is still digging. There are some utilities only buried just below the surface of the ground. Remember, 811 is free and it's the law.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, games, workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, paints and supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178. AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot. Bell Brothers Lumber, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, just northeast of Bossier High between I-20 and East Texas. 318-747-1194. They are truly your local lumber company. They can do it all. Window installation, lumber supply, custom cabinets and doors, expert guidance and planning, hardware, and yes, hot shot delivery service where they'll bring your lumber and hardware needs right to your doorstep. Get in touch with Spell Brothers Lumber, locally owned and operated, 747-1194.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody. The Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in just 11 minutes. That is perfect. Just perfect, right? For you to be able to get your groove on, buddy, and get rolling.
We're coming.
Yes, sir.
We're coming.
Yeah.
And we ain't backing
No, you're not. Not going to back down because you're getting you some Fuzzy's Tacos. Our show also brought to you by Bobby L. Green Plumbing. with over 1,000 5-star Google reviews. Buddy, here's one review here, and I could have written this one because it's basically some of the same stuff that I say. Antoine did a fantastic job with fixing my fill valve tank. Very professional and, all caps, on time. Educated me in the process just in case anything else happens. I highly recommend Bobby L. Green's plumbing service. They have highly skilled professionals on hand. Every time I've used Bobby L. Green Plumbing, which I have used exclusively for about 5 or 6 years now, I'm like, well, I'm just going to call Bobby L. Green. This is before they sponsored the show. I just thought they were the best ones, and they do a great job. And exactly like the reviewer there said, they show up on time, they explain what they're doing, and they go about it the right way. And they just really are conscientious about doing a great job. It's Bobby L. Green Plumbing. It's third generation of the Green family that are running the things now. 318-216-1408, BobbyLGreen.com. That's Bobby L. Green with an E.com. Time now for an LSU update. It's coming at you courtesy of Exmark Strength Equipment, where the U.S. Powerlifting Association Masters Competition, March 7th, right there in their showroom and warehouse at 7144 West Park Road. You can stop by there this morning and peruse the inventory and grab you a set of dumbbells, kettlebells, or, hey, that black diamond weight bench would look pretty good out in the garage. Hey, that commercial rack would look pretty good over at the fire department. Wherever you have workout equipment, you will find Exmark the spot to be. Bringing you this LSU update. Sam Leavitt, signed, sealed, delivered. He was the Oregon High School Gatorade Player of the Year in 2023. How refreshing is it to hear that there's a guy transferring in that wasn't the Gatorade Player of the Year in 2019? That he's still relatively young. Signed with Michigan State, spent a year there. Completed 15 of 23 passes, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Transferred to Arizona State, which Hester and I are both fans of. Started all 13 games as a redshirt sophomore. They go 11-2, make it to the playoffs. 2,885 yards, 24 touchdowns, 6 picks. Also ran for 443 yards, 5 scores. Had a Liz Frank injury on September 20th against Baylor. Had surgery in November. And now he's an LSU Tiger. LSU also picked up Troy wideout Roman Mothershed. Troy Roman Mothershed. Kentucky offensive lineman Darren Stray. Going to catch a couple of those. That's 26 commitments from the transfer portal. And Hester, where's the champagne? Do we still have it over there, Greg? Do you have it, the champagne? Who's got the confetti gun? Because right now, the LSU Tigers have the number 1 transfer portal class in the country. Yeah, I think so.
What was their record?
Not good. Stray, by the way, is 6'7", 305 pounds. That's a good-sized kid. The new LSU offensive line coach, Eric Walford, recruited him to Kentucky, and now Walford brings him to Baton Rouge. Scott with the details there on dandydon.com. And how about some more good news? Harlem Berry coming back. Well, now Caden Durham is out of the transfer portal and returning to LSU as well. So now not only does LSU have a couple of the kids from the portal, the Racing Guillory kid from Utah that's out of DeSoto and another kid from I forget where. But now they've got their 2 leading running backs who were on the team this past year back as well. And that's good news. That's good news. And that's your LSU update. And it's brought to you by Exmark. The letter X, M-A-R-K. Exmark, strength equipment. It's what Shreveport and Greenwood firefighters work out on. It's what the Parkway Panthers work out on. It's what the Caddo Magnet athletes work on. They're everywhere. They're nationwide, but they are based right here in Shreveport. 25 years strong, buddy. They got one simple mission. Provide high-quality fitness equipment that help people achieve their goals, whether that's lifting heavier, moving better, or living stronger. They are Xmark Strength Equipment, xmarkfitness.com. That's the letter X, markfitness.com. And your LSU update. And my friends, we'll take a quick time out. The cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. When we come back, we'll be visiting with Brooke Stoehr as part of our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. Oh, yeah, going to be visiting Tech Tuesday. Oh, wait, what break is this, Greg? Is this the 45 or the 8 o'clock? Oh, well, we're in good shape. Look at us. We're on time. Esther, how you like them apples?
Well, we stay on time by not having these awkward pauses.
But I've got 74 texts to read real quick.
74?
Yeah. Chaz Hands. It seems defense has made a comeback the last few years after the offenses took over in the 2010s. Why? Quarterback play is not as good, for one thing. I don't know. It has against mediocre teams. Right. But you still have quarterbacks that can solve it and offensive geniuses that can solve it. I don't know if it's come back. I just think injuries, that's my philosophy. Injuries have created the greatest, we're all on the same page pool in NFL history.
That's probably correct.
Draco said, I did not know Rodgers was married, poor lady. You don't know that. She might be very, very happy.
She's a nice lady.
She's a nice lady. Because he's not like he's a bartender or something. Ernie. He said he still doesn't like Tom Brady. I just want his rookie cards. That makes sense. Hodor said, I pulled my 6-game parlay because I got nervous and thought Aaron Rodgers was going to turn back into Aaron Rodgers 10 years ago. Ended up with almost 700 instead of 1,500. Awful. Oh, so he cashed in early. He had the Texans money line. Would have wrapped up his parlay. Oh, Hodor.
That's tough.
That is tough, but you put how much into the wager? It was a $25 wager, and you got $658. Yeah, you're fine. I think we're okay.
That means you lost $900.
Sauce.
That's how that works. You lost $900.
Badmouth Mayfield all you want. You will.
Continually.
Yeah. But he has had 8 different head coaches, 11 different offensive coaches, and still has
Sad
an above-average career.
music over there, Greg.
No, actually, I should put that in.
Jamie G says prayers up for Rodgers. Hope he's getting better, fellas. And now, Greg, give yourself a boo. There we go. I like these apples. 7:57 the time. Tim Fletcher Show. Greg, Adam, hanging out on this lovely Tuesday, January 12th? 13th? You sure about that? When we come back, we've got an SEC update and a visit with Brooke Stoehr, the Lady Techsters head coach, right after this. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. The owners of Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Justin Green and Michael Green, in studio with us. So I woke up this morning, I stopped up, and fellas, the first thing I thought of when I'm stopped up, called Bobby L. Green Plumbing. Is that okay?
We handle it all, big or small. Call the plumbing company at Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling.
Now, do you snake this, though? Is that what the problem is? Am I going to have a snake up my nose?
We can run a snake, we can run a roto-rooter, we can run a jetter, but we can get it unstopped.
You guys are going to put the ear, nose, and throat guys out of business. I love this stuff. Green with an E, plumbing.com. Long been a fan of Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072, the dynamic duo of dentistry, Adam and Jenna Cormier, i.e. Starburst, for the reason to send me to Cormier Family Dentistry. East Kings Highway across from Albertsons next to Drug Emporium.
Bell Brothers Lumber, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, just northeast of Bossier High between I-20 and East Texas, 318-747-1194. They are truly your local lumber company. They can do it all. Window installation, lumber supply, custom cabinets and doors, expert guidance and planning, hardware, and yes, hot shot delivery service where they'll bring your lumber and hardware needs right to your doorstep. Get in touch with Spell Brothers Lumber, locally owned and operated, 747-1194.
When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's And a decent down payment gets you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Still looking. This is where Hambone and his notebook come into play. Oh, talk amongst yourselves for just.
Hey, everybody. Oh, Rogers leaves his notebook here. Why did I think that was like one of those
heavily guarded secrets?
JJ Bonsai situations where all of his paperwork is with him all the time.
That actually, we need to get him a briefcase.
Could you imagine Rogers with the briefcase?
Yeah, that's how I want to see it.
Yes. I have important documents here.
Opens it up. There's the notebook, can of Bud, couple of maybe candy bars, some loose candies.
For sure, candy bars. All from the vending machine, all of which he bought in advance, even though Jesus just walked to the vending machine. And
planning.
Yeah. Rogers basically has the playbook from the water boy.
Rogers' handwriting is certainly something.
Mr. Coach Klein.
It's got to be better than my handwriting.
It's very legible, but it's just
mine.
Not what I would expect his handwriting to be.
Every time I write anything by hand, it looks like I'm trying to extort you for money to get your dog back.
Right.
Yeah,
and then I'm writing while I'm walking.
To the people complaining about nobody teaches cursive. Good.
Yeah, please.
Because we can't read it anyway.
I can't read cursive.
Print.
Just print or type it out.
Thank you.
My biggest issue, though, is that I never learned, and I don't know, it's probably the ADHD, but I insert capital letters where they don't belong.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's no rhyme or reason. So in the same word, I could have the same letter twice, and one time it's capitalized, the other time it's not.
That's like me and using commas. It sounds like one goes here.
Yeah, it feels like it, or just an ellipsis.
Here
I mean,
we go.
my handwriting looks like Helen Keller's. It's not right.
Hey now.
Helen Keller wasn't real.
Do you have to play your own disclaimer?
Well, people don't think she happened, or the story was.
Hey,
that's true.
I'm open to this conversation.
Is it they think she didn't exist?
That it was embellished.
Or it was embellished. That's what it was. Yeah, she definitely was.
That the story is like a Paul Bunyan.
Yeah, like a Tall Tales thing.
Yeah. Like it grew to sell books.
Right.
So, but anyways, back to the handwriting. It looks like a blind child was asked to draw a dog, and that's what my handwriting looks like.
And that's all we got to say about that. 8:03 the time. We are in the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Fuzzy's Taco Shop is now open. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos available right now. Yes, sir.
All right, that's beautiful. Actually, that is a top tier New York Post headline.
What was it?
I guess the Phillies are interested in.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
So it said "Craved by the Bell." That is amazing.
Very good.
There are still people out there doing the Lord's
The New York Post does a great job. Their headlines still are awesome.
That's awesome.
All right. We'll do a little SEC update. And while I'm doing that, Greg, we'll be getting in touch with Brooke Stoehr. Our Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. More homes sold yesterday at 3830 East Texas for good reason, because they're priced just right. You know you're going to get a great deal on Cabco, Jessup, Franklin, teeny tiny homes. Oh, man. Rogers likes those tiny homes. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Time now for an SEC update, coming at you courtesy of Bo Harris Wealth Management. All Bo wants to do is help you come up with an investment game plan to make your life better for down the road. Whatever your financial goals may be, whether it's something to do with your retirement, something to do with your health, something to do with your kids, your education funds, whatever it may be, he knows that a good investment game plan is what's necessary. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. We know what we haven't done in a while, Hester. We have not done our favorite NCAA net rankings.
Oh, good.
Yes. Where are the SEC teams right now? Because we are just scratching the surface of
halfway through,
we're halfway through the season.
Halfway, huh?
Yeah, over halfway through, but scratching the surface of the conference portion of play.
I got to know who has quad wins.
I've got them for you right here.
Thank
Esther.
God.
Vanderbilt is the number 7 team in the country.
I need people to tell me how this happened.
How Vanderbilt became a powerhouse in
They
all
got
sports.
rid of Stackhouse, right?
Yes, they did.
So, I mean, was that what was holding them back?
Maybe so.
16-0.
Having one of the great college basketball players of all time or whatever.
Who's funding this?
Yeah.
Football and basketball.
I don't know. And baseball.
Right.
Vanderbilt is now a rolling unit. Florida is the second highest ranked SEC team at number 15 in the net rankings. And oh, by the way, their quad 1 wins, 3-4, Hester. Alabama at number 17, they're 3-4 in quad 1 wins, or quad 1 games. Georgia is number 24, even though they're 0-2. Tennessee at 27. Arkansas at 32, horribly misranked. They're 3-4 in quad 1 games, so how are they lower than... No one knows how this stuff works.
No, not at all.
Kentucky sucks. They're 10-6, and they're 35th.
Did the college football playoff committee put
Yes,
this together?
They got drunk and decided to come up with some basketball rankings. Auburn is number 36 in the land, A&M 43. Somehow or another, LSU is not the worst SEC team. They're at 44. Ahead of Texas at 51, Oklahoma at 65, Mizzou at 76. Mississippi State is the 89th ranked team in the net rankings. South Carolina at number 90, and Ole Miss, with Chris Beard as the head coach, at number 98. Ouch. So maybe not all things. Ole Miss has decided that we're going to go all football and nothing else. And that, my friends, is your SEC update. It's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a super-duper good dude, and I'm telling you right now, all he wants to do is help you have a more sound financial future, and that starts with a cup of coffee and a meeting. Stop by. The SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management, Certified Financial Planners, CFP, Certified Investment Management Analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. BoHarrisWM.com.
Utah State's number 13.
Yep. Go Aggies. 318-670-3101. I don't understand it at all. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday, give it up for Lady Techsters head coach Brooke Stoehr. Hey, Brooke, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you? Sounds like you got your brain scrambled right now. Rankings, and that was quite the letter of initials on that last ad you just read.
Well, thank you. Yes, and, as an Arkansan, Brooke, you can appreciate this. I'm still proud to practice my alphabet on a regular basis.
There you go.
It's never too late to kind of every now and then go WXYZ. Yeah, I pick them up in the middle and kind of run with them sometimes like that. The net rankings also are obviously a part of women's college basketball. What goes into the net rankings that you are aware of? Because right now in Conference USA, you know who's on the top, who the number 1 team in net rankings for women's basketball. Are you aware of who
might that be?
I believe it might be a team wearing Columbia blue and red that calls Ruston home.
You could be correct.
So not too shabby right there. What goes into the net rankings?
I think the confusing thing, like there's an algorithm and they can give you the components of it, but you really don't know the true formula for it because of how they figure it. But there are lots of different things that go into it, from opponent's win percentage to margin of victory to wins on the road, at home, against certain teams ranked, in the top 100, the top 50, there's just all kinds of things that go into it. Strength of schedule. There's just a lot. And so you look at some of these teams and it's based off who you played and who they've played and how much they've won by. And so a lot of things you can't control, and obviously win-loss record, you can't control a lot of those things. So you have to just try to win your games. And for us, it's you try to schedule, for us, it's even Arkansas that we opened the season with, they haven't won an SEC game, but because they're playing South Carolina, LSU, Tennessee, Texas, all those schools who have a great net ranking, they still get credit for playing those games. So it impacts all of that. And so for us, it's, we want those teams that we lost to, Baylor, LSU, Arkansas, we want them to continue to win because it helps our net. But the main thing that we can control right now, once you get into conference play, is just win games. And that's our focus, and we're not putting a ton of stock into that. It's just prepare each week. Who are our opponents? Let's try to get better and better and better as we get ready to prepare for February and March.
Well, coming off a back-to-back a road trip of all road trips, man, I'd love to find out what that was like to go to Newark and then Lynchburg on a Thursday, Sunday sweep and then roll out of there with a pair of wins, by the way, after all that mileage. What was, and that's the last big road trip that you'll have to take as a member of Conference USA as far as something of that length. Obviously, you still have UTEP and New Mexico State, but I would think that's a little bit closer than Delaware State, although that's a ways out there. I get that. But just kind of curious, Brooke, obviously your girls handled the road trip very, very well. Paris played lights out with a 31-point effort. Wasn't it 31 Sunday? 31?
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah. What was the road trip like, though, and what did you find out about your girls on this road trip so far away from home?
Well, yeah, I loved just how they bounced back. We had a disappointing effort in our opener at home and in a loss where I didn't – you can play poorly or as far as shooting poorly or not, executing something perfectly or maybe having some turnovers, but we missed free throws, and I didn't like our energy and our effort, and that's just not acceptable. And we challenged them a lot for a few days coming out of that and just need to get some things corrected. And we looked like we had been on a 13-day break from games and felt like we'd had a good rhythm going into the break and then just didn't come out of it very well. And we challenged them. And, for us, it's defend, rebound, take care of the basketball. That's how you win on the road. And that hasn't changed for the beginning of time. Those things travel. They win games at home. They win games on the road. And if you can do those things, no matter how you shoot the basketball, you're going to give yourself a chance to win because you're not beating yourself. And, I think our group did that really well this week. We left here at 3:30 on Wednesday morning, which was brutal, meaning we left the airport at 3:30 in Ruston, and it was a long week, but our group handled it beautifully. And everybody, the thing about it, it's not just us traveling. Everybody else in the league has to make these trips too. And, it's just, how do you handle it? Do you make excuses or do you show up and compete? And we try to be smart about what we do in terms of our prep on Monday, Tuesday. You never know if you're going to run into issues traveling on Wednesday, so you don't know if you're going to get actual practice time on the court. But we got there in plenty of time to be able to get, quick recovery and then go to the gym for, hour and a half and get some shots up. And we've never been there. I'd never even been to the state of Delaware, so I got to check that one off my list. And none of our players had either. And so just getting them ready for that and being smart about our prep leading in. Our staff did a great job. Travel went smoothly. And then we actually had an extra day in between. Usually we go Thursday, Saturday, but because we were on ESPNU and national TV, they bumped us to Sunday for TV time. So that extra day of prep, I think, helped our group on Saturday because it gave us another day to get our legs back under us. Now, granted, we had the bus from Newark to Lynchburg, which was about 5 hours, but our players really handled it well. I was very proud of them.
Speaking of the way they handled it, Paris, good grief. You've been doing this for a while, Brooke, playing basketball for a long time. You probably don't even have memories before you were dribbling a basketball. Paris Bradley at Liberty goes 10 of 12, hits 7 of 8 3-pointers, canned all 4 of her free throws, for kicks and giggles, grabbed 5 rebounds. Is that about as good an offensive performance as you could ever want to see mustered by a member of the Lady Techster crew?
It was an impressive 31-point efficient outing as you can get. And I'll be honest, she should have been 10 of 11 because she got hammered on one of the layups that she drove to the basket. We ran a little set for her coming out of a timeout, and she just got absolutely hammered, and they didn't call it, which happens. But just super impressive. You know, she's 5 for 5 for 3. And in the flow of a game, like, I'm not paying attention to those things. I'm paying attention to, you know, when I get to a timeout, you know, we're looking at certain things. I'm looking at where are we on team rebounds, where are we on, you know, rebound margin, turnover margin, and then plus minus on certain players. Like, who are we scoring, or are we getting stops when they're in the game? And so I'm not paying attention to, you know, just the exact stat line. But we get to halftime, and she's 5. I knew she had made a lot of shots, but she was 5 for 5 from 3, and, you know, obviously had missed. We come out in the second half. She hits her first one, and our players are over there going nuts, and they're talking, and, you know, she's perfect. She had missed. And I'm like, stop talking about it. You know, it's like a no-hitter in baseball. You don't talk about it. Leave them alone. Just let them keep shooting. But I thought she did a great job, and she spends a ton of time just getting up shots on her own outside of practice. And, you know, it's not a surprise when those things happen, because when you see players put in work, that's, you know, you want to see that happen for them, because they are diligent in their work, and her work ethic is really, really good. And, you know, it was fun to watch. And so we just kept trying to feed her, and her teammates, you know, Gianna Morris and Alexia Weaver had 12 assists, 1 turnover combined. They both had 6 and only 1 turnover. And I thought they just did a great job of finding her in spots. And, you know, I'll give a staff credit. I thought Scott and Caleb, Scott had the scout, and he and Caleb work a lot of offensive stuff with our team. And I thought, you know, Scott got we found just some matchups that we really liked, and we were able to get those couple of players involved in some ball screen action and really go to work on them. And I thought our team understood that and executed that really well.
Well, and let's not forget that lost in all of this was the fact that Avery also had one of those nights that if you were awarding game balls, you know, after the game and you're in the locker room, you're like, let's give it up for Avery Aaron over here. 8 out of 10 shooting and 21 points. I mean, that's a whale of a performance, but it even is kind of lost in the shadows there.
Absolutely. And we shouted her out in the locker room, obviously, but we need that from Avery. And I challenged her about 10 days before Christmas. I brought her in and just had a frank discussion with her. You know, she and I have that relationship. I can be very honest and direct, and I challenged her, and you know, just some things that we needed from her as this group did. And, you know, in order for us to be successful down the stretch, and she's really taken that to heart. And, you know, we've seen it in her practice habits. We've seen it in how she's come out competing in games, and her ability to score the basketball stretches our defense. It forces a big to come out. It puts pressure on a defense when you've got to guard all 5 out there. And, you know, she hit a couple of threes, and she's capable of that. Her percentage hasn't been what it could be or should be throughout the season. But she's really started this last couple of weeks to really, really turn the corner and get back to play the way we think she's capable of playing in order to impact this team. And I thought she was huge. And not only just offensively, she guarded who I think is probably the best post player in the league in terms of size, ability to run the floor, get deep position, finish around the rim. I thought she did a tremendous job on Liberty's post player stout.
Brooke Stoehr joining us here, and coming up, it's kind of the early teeth of the schedule. You got 3 teams still in Conference USA that have yet to get a blemish, and that includes Sam Houston, Missouri State, and Middle Tennessee. Sam Houston's down the road, but you're going to be hosting Middle Tennessee in a couple of nights. And then the next Thursday, you're going to be at Missouri State with a game sandwiched in between at the TAC against Western Kentucky, who right now is kind of struggling a little bit at 5-10 overall. So 2 games here coming up. Well, all of these games are important. We understand that, Brooke, in Conference USA play. But you've got 2 teams ahead of you in the standings. And we've always, you know, I've always had this philosophy back when we used to do, you know, trying to do highlights of David Toms and Hal Sutton on Saturdays and Sundays and stuff in television. You'd be like, all right, David and Hal or whatever, they're 5 shots off the pace, but there's 17 golfers between them and the top. So they've got to beat all these guys to get to the top, you know, and same thing in basketball. You've got 3 teams ahead of you in the standings, and it's just you've got to beat all these other teams. You got to hope that something happens. But when you've got an opportunity to go head-to-head against the team ahead of you in the standings, it presents a golden opportunity. And you get that Thursday night against Middle Tennessee. It's a red out, so if you're going to the game Thursday night, wear red to the Thomas Assembly Center, 6:30 tip. And then the following Thursday at Missouri State. How important are these 3 games here, especially with those 2 games against teams ahead of you in the standings?
Yeah, I think obviously standings look different at different points in the season, and it's all based off who you've played. And, I feel like we've had a pretty tough start to the season in terms of the 3 teams that we've played and where we've played them. And I think that's going to be good for us as we, gain some momentum going forward. But this one Thursday is really important, and it's the most important because it's the next one. And I know that all coaches say that, but it's true. And we've got to show up and compete and prepare for the next 2 days leading into that. And that's what what our focus is on. It's what we talked to our team about. If what we did last week still looks good today, then we haven't done much today. And, Coach Farmer used to tell us that all the time. But nobody cares about that. All we care about is what is our job today? How are we going to show up and get better in order to prepare for Thursday? But the other thing about, these 2 games this week, the men are playing a 20-game conference schedule. We're playing 18. So last week's 2 games, Delaware and Liberty, we only faced them once in the regular season. So we needed to win those because that gives you the head-to-head. And when that, if a tiebreaker or something may come up at the end of the season. Middle Tennessee and Western Kentucky, we only faced them once as well. And so you need to take care of those when you get them head-to-head. Plus, you got to take care of home court because winning on the road is difficult. So it's a big week. There's been some great battles with us in Middle Tennessee through the years, and we've got to show up and be ready to play. They're very similar to how we were last year. They have a lot of freshmen, and they're playing a lot of young players. They got off to a tough start in non-conference, but they play a tough schedule, and they always set it up like that, like we do. And I know that, they're playing probably their best basketball right now, and they're gaining confidence since they started after Christmas with conference play, and they'll be well prepared, and they're going to play really hard, and we've got to do a great job of defending their perimeter. They've got they got a transfer that has really started to come along for them offensively as a guard, scoring it well, and she's leading them in scoring. And then a freshman post player that can really, be efficient in the paint. We've got to do a great job on her as well. So you've got to find a way to protect your home court, turn them over, force them to take tough contested shots, and then you go attack offensively and make them guard you.
I only have one more beef, Brooke, and it's because, look, I don't get a vote in this, and I guess it's because Paris only had 13 points in the previous game, but how was she not the Conference USA Player of the Week?
That was my same question. I walked up, and we don't get too much involved in that because none of us, we don't control any of that, but I thought it was pretty astounding. Now, the kid that got it from Missouri State, I think she in 2 games averaged 28 and 12, but they played at home, and she didn't drop a 30 burger, and I'm a little biased because I watched the efficiency that Paris played with on Monday, but I know this, Paris at the end of the day wants to win games and wants to win a championship, and all that other stuff takes care of itself. But yeah, that was questionable. I think the kid from Missouri State, not saying that she wasn't worthy, I think she averaged 28 and 12 over the 2 game span, but so be it. Let's just go handle it on the court.
Brooke Stoehr, head coach of the Lady Techsters. They got off to a really good start in league play, 2-1 with that one loss, one that they easily could have just had one thing bounce differently, and they'd be 3-0 right now, with some very big games coming up in league play, including Thursday night, a red-out game at the Thomas Assembly Center. Be there or be square, 6:30. It's Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Brooke Stoehr, always a pleasure catching up with you. And tell Paris to keep on shooting. I assume she's got a green light at all times.
Absolutely. We will do that. We need a great crowd tomorrow night and Saturday. So this group's fun to watch. We need everybody to come out and give this group all the energy that you can.
Thank you, Brooke. Brooke Stoehr.
Thanks, guys.
Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, 318-747-1194. Hot shot delivery service, lumber, hardware, so much more, including windows and doors. Don't forget they can install those as well. Delivered quickly and efficiently. That's the Hot Shot Delivery Service from John Salmon's crew. John, of course, a Louisiana Tech alum, Army veteran. SpellBrosLumber.com, located just northeast of Bossier High School between East Texas and I-20. Spell Brothers Lumber, bringing you Tech Tuesday. And we'll be back right after this. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does.
Okay.
Because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
If you enjoy Tech Tuesdays, you can thank Spell Brothers Lumber for bringing it to you every single week. Spell Brothers Lumber with Tech alum John Salmons at the helm, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City. 318-747-1194. From lumber and hardware to window installation and so much more, your local lumber folks at Spell Brothers Lumber are here to guide you through the process. 318-747-1194. SpellBrosLumber.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
And now, welcome back, everybody. 8:27 the time. We got Greg Adams here in studio. Sometimes I think the audience is dozing off or maybe at a bathroom break. No, they're always there for the booing.
Sure.
Just like Eagles fans and Steelers fans. Adam Hester here in the house as well. Of course, we do have the entire studio audience is comprised of former Calvary soccer players. So there's a reason why Adam gets all the love. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas, Bossier City. The Brew Crew, absolutely phenomenal. Homes for 30. Wait, did I say 30? That's an 8. 80, 60, 70, 80 bucks a square foot. Donnie's like, whoa. $30 a square foot, that's, I can give you like a piece of plywood.
Let's not get crazy.
Let's not get crazy here. Absolutely phenomenal deals, though, at Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Le Bossier, La City. Yes, sir. Oh. Yeah, there's that. Last night, of course.
Okay.
No, this. Here.
Oh.
Yeah. Last night, the Houston Texans ended the Pittsburgh Steelers season and sets up our divisional round of playoffs. We've got the schedule. We ready? And the lines are out, obviously. Saturday at 3:30, the Bills will be in Denver. And Denver is a 1.5-point favorite right now. Any surprise by that? No?
No.
Greg, you surprised by Denver being a 1.5-point favorite over Buffalo?
Another home team.
Seattle at 7 o'clock, favored by 7.5 over the Niners.
That's way too many.
That's a lot of points. But Kittle's done.
I don't think he played in the last game they played.
Tungus or whatever is the tight end.
Same person.
I wonder if that's trying to incentivize money that otherwise wouldn't be getting put down.
Maybe. 7.5 points is a lot of points.
It is.
Because there's a lot of folks who are thinking that they're hearing that and going, wait a minute, Sam Darnold collapsed at the end of the season last year. If he collapses again, I'm getting 7.5 points to fiddle around with. But they don't realize this is a better team than Sam Darnold was on last year. And this defense is so good with Seattle.
Yeah.
The over, by the way, at 45.5, which is also a little bit more than I thought it would be.
They scored 16 combined points the last time they played.
Right.
And the game had meaning.
Right. And did Kittle play in that one?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either. On Sunday, it's different. It's not 12 and 3:30, and it's not 3:30 and 7. It's 2 and 5:30 are the times on Sunday. Plan accordingly your walk-ons visit. Texans and Patriots are the afternoon game, which is going to be weird having Monday Night Football crew doing a Sunday afternoon game. Texans at New England, and the Patriots are favored by 3 in this game. That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
The nightcap.
Wait. You said Texans are favored by 3?
Did I say Texans? I meant Patriots.
Patriots are favored by 3.
Yeah, my bad. Patriots are favored by 3 at home. By the way, the over, 40.5. Body bags, 37.5. That is going to be, look at Vrabel and D'Amico, who they were as players. That's who they are as coaches. Vrabel, excited to get his lip busted by former Louisiana Tech standout Milton Williams. D'Amico, his players last night, Azeri and Will Anderson, it is so evident when you have guys that literally love their coach that hang on every word, and those two cats absolutely do. Anderson said that D'Amico is so much like Saban in so many ways as far as the preparation, getting your mind right, having the belief in you, and just instilling that confidence so that when you go out there, you know you are as well prepared as anybody could be prepared. And I think that sometimes in the whole grand scheme of things in football especially, we forget, or I forget, that how much a team that is truly ready for anything the other guys throw at them, how much of a difference that makes. Like Alabama always was ready.
Yeah. They're always the best prepared. That's right.
Always the best prepared team. And that correlates to so much success. Mm-hmm. And it feels like that's what D'Amico has done here with the Houston Texans. They've won a playoff game for 3 straight years. This is the first road playoff game in franchise history. I get it. But now they've got that momentum. They just know how to win in the playoffs. And then the nightcap on Sunday at 5:30 on NBC and Peacock, it's the Rams at the Bears, and the Rams are a 3.5-point favorite in Chicago. Did you make these lines up, Greg?
No, but I would slam that right now. In fact, I might. I already did the Texans line.
You're taking the Rams 3.5?
Good God, yes.
You know Puka's just waiting for another coconut milk spill.
So is every player in the game, Tim. You've been waiting for Stafford to die all season.
I don't want him to.
Yeah, but you've been waiting for it.
I keep thinking it's going to happen. You know what I think and I do like Matthew Stafford. I like him just for the reason his rookie year coming back in there with his broken back to get the final play done. That's enough to like Matthew Stafford for the rest of his career. But he got burned 2 times by trying his no-look passes this past weekend. Almost threw 2 picks when all he had to do was just basically look at the receiver and throw to the receiver. And I get it. The no-look thing works because it does get the linemen putting their hands up in the wrong place, linebackers moving out of position, safeties moving out of position. But sometimes you can get a little too fancy, and I think he's gotten too fancy.
Mm-hmm. You're ballsy, but you're going to get caught.
So it's time for Matthew Stafford to reel it in. Coming off a weekend where we had road team, home team, road team, road team, home team, road team win playoff games. So 4-2, right? 4 road teams won, 2 home teams. Only the Patriots and the Bears, and only one of those was actually a comfortable win. Do we think that normalcy returns with home teams and favorites winning this week or not? Well, actually, if home teams win, not all the favorites will win because the Rams are a 3.5-point favorite as a road dog. Over under 2.5 road home teams win this weekend. 2.5 home teams win their playoff games this weekend.
Over. No, under.
Two sounds right, maybe.
Yeah, under.
So 2-2?
Yeah.
So 2 home teams, 2 road teams.
I
Texans, think the Seahawks are going to beat the Niners.
The Texans are going to dismantle. I hate to say it for Drake May fans. Drake May is one of my favorite players right now.
Mm-hmm.
But that Texans defense, it's unholy right now. So Texans will destroy the Patriots, and I think the Rams will obliterate the Bears.
Okay. I think the Bills beat the Broncos.
I think the Bills could be the Broncos. I mean, wow.
I think if Josh gets going, and let's not forget, James Cook didn't do diddly squat against Jacksonville, did he? You remember James Cook doing anything?
I remember him coming off injured at one point.
Yeah. And, Josh had a couple of guys out at the wide receiver spot. He should be able to get a couple of them back. I think the Bills beat the Broncos on the road. I think the Seahawks win at home. I think the Texans beat the Patriots, but I also think the Bears beat the Rams.
I think the only comfortable home team right now is probably the Seahawks. And I think the line's kind of
indicative.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a home underdog with the Bears. You've got only 3 points on the number 2 seed at home playing the number 5 seed with the Patriots and Texans.
Right.
And I don't remember the line. The line is not big either. It's like 2.5 or 3.5 for Buffalo at Denver.
Buffalo
1.5.
Denver, 1.5.
It's 1.5.
Denver is a 1.5-point favorite.
So you've got 3 of the games right now where it's
3.5 or less.
Well, 3 or less for home teams.
Oh, well, yeah, because the Bears are a home dog.
Right. So, like, the only comfortable team has to be Seattle. And the overs, yeah, everything that I'm looking at right now, the only over that is 50 or more is Rams-Bears, and that's 50.5, 40.5, 45.5, 46.5. This is going to be a dogfight. This is going to be a weekend for people who like the taste of their own blood. It's not going to be fun for someone.
Which Mike Vrabel does, obviously.
Yeah.
Hester, what's the Seattle radio? Is it brimming with confidence right there in Seattle? Do they feel like, hey, we're catching our stride right where we need to?
I don't know. I listened for about 10 minutes yesterday, and they were just Hugh Millen was telling you how smart he was. So 12 personnel. That's when, yeah, we know what 12 personnel is by now. Thanks, Hugh. So they haven't really got. They had Holmgren on yesterday too, but it wasn't anything earth-shattering. I would say. I'm sure they'll get more into it today a little bit.
Well, I am curious what makes better TV, what makes better football, what is the best thing to look forward to. I know we need to do an LSU update here in just a second.
A lot of king cakes walking around.
There are a lot of king cakes walking around. They keep walking past as well instead of walking in here with the king cakes.
Somebody's got a cookie cake in the break room too, but it's obviously for something that's later today because it's not been cut yet. Because I did get really happy.
Oh.
But when I lifted up to this, this is for some actual function.
Does it have any writing on it?
Uh-huh. I don't know. I've already forgotten what it said, but it's not been cut, so therefore we stay away from that.
Okay.
Somebody else's.
We'll check it out.
Well, you don't have to because it's a cookie cake, and you have no taste buds. So.
No, I have probably the
Nope.
exquisite taste
Nope.
buds that understands that a cookie cake
You
is
eat things
trash.
you eat things that were run over. That's Arkansas.
Which basically that's what a cookie cake is. It looks like a cake that's been run over, and have exhaust fumes poured on it, and just disgusting. I don't know how anybody.
You
eats a
have
cookie cake.
that's the strangest. You don't have to like it, but
It's so
your
gross.
lengths of not liking it is bizarre.
It's
I'm
so
sorry. Were
gross.
you hit with one of these as a child?
No, we didn't have it. Cookie cakes like the 3-point line and concussions were not invented in my childhood.
Okay.
Concussions were a 2000 invention. Okay.
Cookie cakes have been around for so
Cookie
long.
cakes came around about 1995.
No, they didn't.
Because kids were too hopped up on the video
they
game juice, and they couldn't wait for a cake to be baked.
I have pictures of them from the 80s.
Yeah.
At birthday parties.
Okay.
I've seen them.
Well,
you were drunk most of the 80s. So maybe
there is a possibility that
it's
I could
possible
have missed
that
it.
you were a little late.
Could have missed that
on the memo.
But I do have a refined palate for my
You don't.
upper crust upbringing, and so I tend to
Your
kind
upper
of.
crust. I mean,
Oh,
you could say that you had lots of properties growing up.
I did
because you slept in a lot of different places.
Did sleep at we had a winter home and something that would become a spring home.
A couple of blocks over.
a couple of blocks over whenever the rent got too high for the winter home. And we would go find a spring home. We were downsizing.
Sure.
You know, I had two older brothers. They were getting
Right,
out of the
right,
house
right.
eventually, you know. And so we downsized a little bit.
Sure.
We were ahead of the curve. My parents snowbirded, but all in the same town. They went to the south side of Monticello during the winter, and we moved to the north in the summer.
We're in the same zip code. Where's the snow?
8:41 the time. The Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas. Donnie Brewer is one of the, I don't know why he hasn't won some kind of businessman of the decade deal for the Louisiana, because when you look at what it started off as, hey, here's one manufactured home dealership that your grandfather started. It's very successful. Take it over and get rolling with it. And Donnie has turned it into now 45 different manufactured home dealerships and 2 plants in Waco. That's amazing. And the only way you get there is by, obviously, treating customers the right way, providing incredible deals on them, and having a staff and people that work with you and for you that also buy into the whole situation. It's good stuff, man. Brewer Quality Homes, Power Hour. Also, thanks to our friends over at Sports Cards of Louisiana. Oh, you know what's coming out next week, Greg? Bowman Draft Chrome. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. That's the biggie. All you baseball card collectors, that's the biggie. And also, Topps Stadium coming out. Greg, are you a stadium guy or not?
I'm a like regular
You like Topps
flagship
Series 1
and Topps Chrome.
Topps Chrome.
And Bowman Chrome.
The thing about stadium, and I'm not the biggest stadium guy either, but they truly have the best photography of any of the cards out there. It's the coolest cards because there's no borders, basically. It's all card. It's all picture on the front. And so if you're looking for some just stunning cards that are just great for your personal collection, whatever it may be, the Stadium Club's going to have them, or Stadium's going to have them. And then, of course, Bowman Draft Chrome coming out. There's all kind of fun stuff. Panini's got to get rid of all their football product now because they lose their license with the NFL, in April? May? Fanatics takes over. Complete. They have all the NFL stuff. They already do have it, but
Verizon, Chipotle, Exxon.
Exactly. And so Panini is absolutely dumping all their football products. They're coming out with it like way in advance or a lot sooner than they used to. So a whole lot of football on the way as well. Right there at Sports Cards of Louisiana. And yes, they've got Magic the Gathering. I was out there yesterday, and one of the guys came in with a Pokemon card that he had submitted with Joey and Sarah. Came back Jim Mint 10, and Greg, you would have thought the guy had just discovered electricity. He was very excited. He thought he was going to have an 8 or a 9, and it came back Jim Mint 10 on a very nice card. And so you know what that means. That, quadruples the value of some of these cards? Check it out, Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, just north of I-220. When we come back, we've got your LSU update right after this. The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321321. That's METER to 321321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The owners of Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Justin Green and Michael Green, in studio with us. Our water supply, we want people to drink healthy water around here. What kind of filters are we talking about? How important is it to have a filter that can deliver that clean water?
Yeah, so we offer a couple different filters. It could be a small, just kitchen sink filter, just specifically for your sink, or we can offer a whole house filter to give it the clean and get rid of all the impurities that our lovely Shreveport and Bossier water has in. Just give us a call at 631-0235.
Green with an E, plumbing.com. GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The Rolls of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about summer rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality home right now.
Just don't name one after barf.
Need top-notch construction equipment or cranes in Shreveport, Louisiana? Scott Equipment has you covered. As a trusted family-owned business, we offer a wide range of equipment for rent or sale. Whether you're tackling a big project or need reliable machinery, Scott Equipment is here to help. Stop by Scott Equipment on North Market today to learn more and find out how you can save for your next rental or purchase. Call or visit us now and get the job done right with Scott Equipment.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas Edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive. We've all seen the smiling face for Goodwill Industries, but do we know what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana is actually doing in our community? Did you know they provide janitorial services, groundskeeping services, switchboard operators? They also have employees at state offices and libraries, at the federal courthouse, the VA, and the private sector as well, right here in Shreveport, Bossier. With accounting, payroll, HR, IT, maintenance, and so much more. Yeah, they've got the retail centers, and yeah, they've got 6 job centers, but they do so much. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. 8:49 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, Donnie Brewer and Company. As they say, everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Shout out as well to our buddies over at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Go Landers.com. I wonder if Trey and Denny are having any Miami Hurricane deals. You know, like what's Carson Beck's number? Is he number 11? Like take a jersey number off, you know, type stuff. They're high on the canes, buddy. They're also high on getting you a really fair, square deal today on a beautiful Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, or Ram pick-em-up truck. Buddy, when it comes to muscle, outside of Matthew Puffenbarger, when I think muscle, I think Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Flex at 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220, because you are going to be flexing. If you've got a Go Lander sticker on the back of your car, then that means you paid just right. If you have somebody else, as Trey says, that probably means you paid a little too much. A little too much. Too much. Went over it. Shouldn't have paid that much. Told you. Time now for an LSU update. It's brought to you by Exmark Strength Equipment. You know, you can go to their website, Exmark Fitness. That's the letter X, Mark Fitness. Seriously, as in Xmark the spot. Xmarkfitness.com, and you can peruse the website, and it's awesome. They have got a ridiculous amount of stuff. Once again, 200,000 square foot warehouses. Kind of got some stuff going on. But if you're looking around like, hey, you know what? I'm thinking about getting, I don't know, one of those Smith machines with the commercial Smith machine that's got the ball bearings that just get you the linear. You can do everything, bench press, squats, you name it. It's all on a track. And you look at the price and, hey, that's a pretty good price. Well, guess what, kids? If you stop by the store at 7144 West Park Road, how about getting 25% discount off the website price? So you can go to xmarkfitness.com, check out everything you're looking for, look at the prices, then stop by the store and get 25% off the website price. That's ridiculous. Mike, are you sure that's right? 25%? Or is that supposed to be 2.5? Nope, it says 25% off. Stop by 7144 West Park Road and get 25% off the internet prices. The LSU baseball team. Guess where they are ranked in the preseason top 25? Number two. Give me 2, Utah. Only behind UCLA, and then we mentioned this yesterday that UCLA plays in a sandbox. But they do have Rock Chalowski, the number 1 player in the country. As far as LSU, well, they are the defending national champs. Jay Johnson has done okay in 4 seasons there. 190 wins, 77 losses. They were 53-15 last year. And College World Series champs. Scouts use a 20 to 80 scale to evaluate teams. 80 high, 20 low. LSU's breakdown. Hitting 65, which is well above average. Power, speed, 55. Defense, 65. Starting pitching, 60, which is above average. Bullpen, 65. Experience and intangibles, 65. How is that not an 80, by the way? When you look at the LSU outfield, they're going to trot out there Derek Curiel, Jake Brown, Chris Stanfield. All were on the last year's title squad. And apparently all are, guess what? Bigger, stronger, faster. Derek Curiel is more than likely going to be the first outfielder drafted. Brown is back for a junior year with more than 300 career plate appearances. Stanfield has 664 plate appearances as he enters his senior year. Pitching staff comes back with Kason Evans, Zach Cowan, William Schmidt, Jaden Newt, Maverick Rizzi, Cooper Williams, and Gavin Guidry, who missed all of last year with an injury. And we kept thinking, is this the week Gavin Guidry comes back? Well, he never did, but hopefully he gets an opportunity to do so now. They don't have a third starter yet. They've got Cade Anderson and Anthony Ianson. So, I'm sorry, without Cade Anderson and Anthony Ianson. Yeah.
Cade's busy.
He gone. So Anderson and Ianson are out. Who takes their place? Is it Schmidt? Is it one of the guys who's come in? Off the recruiting trail, Marcos Paz, who had Tommy John surgery. And don't forget, they still have a guy like old Monster Milam out there. So this is going to be fun. LSU baseball gets going here quickly. As a matter of fact, how soon? Just got an email from Bill Franquez that the LSU baseball preseason press conference is next Friday at 11 o'clock in the morning. So it's here, buddy. College baseball season is right around the corner. And that is your LSU Update, brought to you by Xmark Strength and Conditioning, xmarkfitness.com. And a reminder, you can save 25% off the website prices if you stop by the store. Xmark Strength and Conditioning, 7144 West Park Road. We'll be back right after this. The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Long been a fan of Cormier Family Dentistry, 8684072, the dynamic duo of dentistry, Adam and Jenna Cormier, i.e. Starburst, for the reason to send me to Cormier Family Dentistry. East Kings Highway across from Albertsons next to Drug Emporium.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon Store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
GBT is the great banking team, 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, the home of Jessup Homes, made right there in Donnie's Plant in Waco, Texas. So you know that you're going to get a fair, square deal there. It's being manufactured by Donnie's crew, and it's coming up here to Donnie's dealership. Yeah, you're going to get a deal. Thanks to Rejuvamine Medical as well, rejuvamimedical.com, not just online but down the street at 4801 Line Avenue in Shreveport, Louisiana. If you're looking to lose some weight, folks, or fellas, your testosterone seems to be on the depleted side, lost a little of the va-va-voom in the bedroom, lost a little bit of that energy. Maybe you're falling down at gates in front of your house, don't have the strength to put one step in front of the other, then perhaps it's time for Rejuvamine Medical to get you rocking and rolling again. 318-408-4080, 318-408-4080. RejuvamineMedical.com, located at 4801 Line Avenue in Suite 8 in Piermont Mall, right across from the Gucci Brookshires. Why is there so much king cake up here today, Greg? Is it king cake day for something, you know? Huh. All right. You know, the good news is, Greg, when I fell, I don't think I tore anything, or I did bend one of my fingernails back just a little bit. So I landed on the ground, and it didn't hurt as bad as I thought it was going to be, because I watch NFL and college football, and every time I see guys get hit now, I'm thinking, my gosh, I used to do this, you know, obviously at a much, much lighter scale. But we would get hit all the time, Greg. You're a lineman. You hit people every play. I Imagine if someone just came and pushed you and shoved you to the ground right now. That's horrible. How bad would that feel? And especially if it's cold outside, I'm seeing those guys, I'm like, oh, jeez. By the way, I forget what team it was that was putting the jackets on, like the coats on. It might have been the Patriots guy. He was getting a little too comfortable putting the jacket on the guys. Like his hands would kind of linger for a while when he put the coat on. Like they'd hold there for, I'm like, hey, dude, let go now. Got my coat on. Lafayette, have a great day.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Is it 9 o'clock already? Wow. How'd that happen? You sure? No, school's out for summer. Know how that goes. Whew. Tomcat. She's a Wildcat, not a Tomcat. Wildcat. Looking back, and I still giggle every time I look at the Luther Burden column. Monangai? How do you say that? I think the first one. Monangai. When Monangai tried to squirt some water in his mouth and he had the bottle facing the wrong way, it's still so stinking funny to me. It's like out of I Love Lucy or Carol Burnett. I giggle like a school child every time I see that. Did you know that Aaron Rodgers last night?
What?
Aaron Rodgers. There have been 283 instances where an NFL quarterback dropped back to pass 20-plus times in a playoff game since 2013. The lowest success rate of all time, Aaron Rodgers last night.
Interesting.
Even though C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans have won their wildcard playoff games all 3 seasons, they've never advanced to the AFC Championship, so this is where the buck stops right here. But you put them in a wild card, they kill people. All 3 wins have been by 20 or more points by the C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans Texans. That's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico Ryans has as many playoff wins in 3 years as Mike Tomlin has in the last 15 seasons.
Ouch. Boy.
That's a rough stat. That's kind of one. Where do you argue against that? If you're presenting the argument for Tomlin, how do you come back from that?
No, I think that's tough. He probably does not escape this.
Well, it feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
Does it feel weird that we're into the playoffs? There's 8 teams left, and only one of them has a Super Bowl ring, and it's Matthew Stafford?
No. At some point, things like this have to happen.
Right. The favorites are going to lose at some point.
Yeah.
What's the best outcome? Oh, you
the
missed
Seahawks
this one.
winning the Super Bowl.
Well, besides the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl. You missed this one, Greg. D'Amico Ryans has as many playoff wins in the last 3 seasons, or has more playoff wins in the last 3 seasons than Mike Tomlin in the last 15.
That's terrifying. And I is the number 2? Is it 2 wins or 3 wins? 3. Yeah.
That's not good.
I'm trying to think of the only silver lining I can come up with is the fact that they still, all of those seasons for Tomlin are winning seasons. So, if you're a Steelers fan, you haven't experienced a losing season.
Right. How good is that?
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
How fun is that? Right?
It's, for a regional example, it would be like if your college team had been going to more bowls consecutively than you ever have before, and then suddenly
I know where this is going.
You get rid of your coach.
I knew that's where it was going.
And
It's
then
Tech
you're
Tuesday.
then you're not in a bowl game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying names, but sometimes you don't know how good you have it until you don't. So if you're the guy that, if they blow out Mike Tomlin and they hire somebody, and that dude
John Harbaugh
has a losing season next year, what does that feel like?
Right. You know, it depends, I think, Greg. Well, Pittsburgh's different than New Orleans. I get that. Franchise history, success. I don't know of a Saints fan that is not optimistic about the future after the way the Saints played. And they went 6-11. If the Steelers go 6-11 but have drafted a rookie quarterback, and, you know, Ty Simpson has come on and taken them to a 4-2 record in the last 6 games, I don't think Steelers fans are going to be like, hey, things are looking great. We're 6-11.
Well, you bring up the Saints. We have something we need to settle from earlier.
Huh?
Tyler Shugg is the 16th oldest quarterback in the NFL.
So he's not
older than half the league.
But that means half the league is younger than him.
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. Are we talking starting quarterbacks at the beginning of the year? Because the Falcons quarterback is 41 years old, not 26.
No. So here's what I did. I did it at the end of the year. So I removed all of the, guys that we know are not going to be, Phillip Rivers. I removed Phillip Rivers. I took all of those plug-in senior citizen quarterbacks that won't be there next year, and I moved them down the list. So if we did, because he wasn't the starting quarterback at the beginning of the year either. So if we're going to insert him in there, we have to insert him in there where he played. The only, I guess here's the thing that could change it. Here's the thing that pushes him either top half or bottom half.
Is
Tua Tagovailoa.
Uh-huh.
Do you consider him to be the Dolphins starting quarterback as of right now moving forward?
No.
Okay. Then if you move him below, which is I moved him down thinking they're going to have either Quinn Ewers or they're going to have a rookie. So assuming that that's younger than 27 years old, then that'll be below Tyler Shugg. Here are the other quarterbacks in the NFL that are currently younger than Tyler Shugg.
Okay.
Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, Bryce Young, Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams, Cam Ward, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Shedeur Sanders.
But they're all, except for one or two, are within 6 months to a year younger than Shugg. They're not.
The only ones that are within a year are Bo Nix.
All of them.
No. J.J. McCarthy's 22. Drake May is 23.
He's
Cam Ward is
his birth
23.
certificate since 97.
All right. Well, I'm still happy for him, and I still think Shugg is an answer moving forward. I think
I got no problem with
that.
this. I have zero problems with him being among the top half oldest.
I mean, he was Justin Herbert's backup at Oregon.
He was Juwan Johnson's roommate at Oregon. Juwan Johnson's been in the league 6 years.
And has more postseason touchdown passes than Tyler Shugg.
So I get it. But as Shuck would have it, I am very, very ecstatic that I've got a brash, cocky, young adult as opposed to a sniveling kid as the quarterback of my favorite team.
How many cards you got?
None.
You have no Shuck cards?
No.
This is the thing I hate right now about the football card market, is I went to get the two rookies that I wanted to find midway through the season was Tyler Shuck and Isaac Teslaw. Now, before either of them had done anything, just week 5 when you started to see that Spencer Rattler wasn't going to be the answer, okay, let's go see what the Tyler Shuck market looks like. If you wanted to get any autograph, let alone memorabilia autograph card of him,
it
was $150 baseline.
Right.
And Teslaw was already over 100 just for a generic, outside of the still in college uniform draft prism, which you could get for 50 to 60
in his beautiful Arkansas Razorback uniform. Yeah.
But if you want, I don't remember if it was airbrushed or not. I think they had him in the actual uni. Either way, the prices were just insane for jersey card, in NFL jersey cards already.
Right.
Maybe now that the market is a little fuller, maybe they've dropped a little bit, But trying to get my hands on one of those before he ever took a starting snap, it was insane.
Interesting.
Isaac Tesla, Arkansas Razorback legend.
Didn't know he went there until you just said it.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Wow. There's a reason why. Detroit Lions love Razorbacks, by the way.
Yeah, it's a direct correlation between that and Super Bowls.
Wow. He had both of us on that shot.
I speak the truth.
Doesn't, yeah. How many Super Bowls?
Greg is impervious to it.
How many Super Bowls have those Seahawks ever won, huh?
They have one in the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's right. What about the Royals, though? Have they ever won a World Series?
Yeah. Actually, 11 years ago. It was a great day. I mean, I'll never have it again, but it was great.
So you say, house rules, whatever.
That's why I thought it was airbrushed. The only affordable T-Slaw rookie was a Sage, which is airbrushed.
Yeah.
You
No
don't want
thanks.
that.
No
Nobody
thank you.
wants
Nobody needs that.
No.
Time now for an SEC.
We're a
update.
real card company.
Trust us. It's on the same kind of product. Look at this. It's rectangular. It's cardboard.
Dan Aykroyd. That's what do you got? The bag of glass. It's great.
Your SEC update is brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo has a very simple request. He just wants to help you get your investment game plan going. He wants everyone to have as bright a financial future as possible. There are no limits on who he wants to be successful. He wants everyone to achieve their financial dreams. He wants to help in any way he can. And that's possibly by just having a cup of coffee and just kind of talking about things and getting something enacted to get the plan going. You can't have a plan finished if you don't get the plan started. That first call, 318-670-3101. That's the way to get that plan going. 318-670-3101. Bo Harris Wealth Management, paid advertisement, bringing you the SEC update. College basketball is the sport that's actually being played right now, right? The portal is not a game, right? They don't keep score on the portal. We mentioned the games on tap tonight. 3 games in the SEC tonight, including ranked opponents in all 3 games. 24th ranked Tennessee hosting A&M. 18th ranked Alabama at Mississippi State, and 19th ranked Florida at Oklahoma. Tomorrow, it's all swelled up with more games. Wednesday's games, which I guess you'll be able to hear right here, LSU versus Kentucky. Some's got to give. LSU winless in the league, Kentucky 1-2. That game's in the PMAC at 6 on the SEC Network. That's a Wednesday. We'll have it for you as well right here on 11:30 The Tiger. Ole Miss is at Georgia on ESPNU on Wednesday. Both teams have losses. Ole Miss 1-2 in the league. Georgia 2-1. Auburn coming off a big win over Arkansas on the Plains. Travels to Missouri. Missouri's 2-1. Auburn 1-2. That's a 6 o'clock tip on ESPN2. At 8 o'clock on the SEC Network, number 17 Arkansas, featuring the SEC Freshman of the Week yet again in Darius Acuff. The 5th time he's won the award this year. It means more. The Hogs welcome South Carolina. Arkansas 2-1, South Carolina 1-2. That's at 8 o'clock tip time in Fayetteville. And also at 8 o'clock on ESPN2 on Wednesday, the Texas Longhorns will try to be the first team to deliver a loss to the 10th ranked Vanderbilt Commodores, who are 16-0 overall, 3-0 in league play. So 3 games tonight in the SEC and 5 games tomorrow in men's basketball in the SEC. And that's your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities are offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo, 318-670-3101. Or visit him downtown in his office, 223 Fannin, or check him out online at BoHarrisWM.com. 9:14 the time. Hester, the slow laptop close. Mm-hmm. What's in store for you? What's the big baseball news going on? What are they talking? Bellinger? Is that the? We're on Belly Watch right now.
We're on Bellinger Watch, I think, is what's happening in the middle here. When Keith Hernandez isn't breaking the glass on the camera there. Okay, pretty boy. I guess that's what we're doing, yeah, is Bellinger Watch.
Bellinger Watch.
Which none of the teams that I root for are involved in. So
no. And Bichette apparently is looking at
also
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Because the Don Mattingly, and he likes the clubhouse, which of course means that Alec Baum might have to be on the move.
A weakening of the Blue Jays is a very welcome thing. I know they've added some others, but
they have. And if they get rid of Bichette, by the way, if anyone's ever interested in any Alec Baum autographs, I am. I know a guy who's got a few.
Why would they move on from him?
I don't know. I like Baum.
He's been a good player.
He's been a very good player. Yeah. He is like, it reminds me of Todd a lot. Todd would get off to slow starts sometimes in his 12-year career. It seemed like 7 or 8 times Todd would be coming into May with like a 180 average. Mm-hmm. And then Tom Kelly, of course, would send him back to Salt Lake. But once Todd got away from that idiot, by the end of June, Todd's hitting 270, you know. Right. You're like, oh, he just takes a little bit to get rolling. Baum's the same way. They benched him last year when he was hitting like 180. Yeah. They brought him back, batted him 8th or 9th, and all of a sudden he started ripping the cover off the ball.
Like a couple
yes,
years ago.
He's very good. Alec Baum could be a Cub right now, and I would be ecstatic. I think he's really, really good, except they've just signed a guy for $175 million at his position, so he's not going to be a Cub. But whomever gets Alec Baum, if they move on from him, I think that's, a mistake, but bring it. Dude's good.
JD and I were talking about those kind of guys like Todd a couple days ago where it's like, no matter kind of what you're able to do or you rally in your career or, this happens, there's a managerial change, whatever. Hey, man, yeah, you did a really good job for us, but we're calling up that other guy, so we're going to move on from you. Or, well, we see there's an upgrade out there in the market, so we're going to go get that guy. We're going to move on from him.
Right.
So good baseball players who just sort of get passed along for reasons.
There's
a lot of times
50 of them every
control,
year. There's 50 of them every year, Hester.
So you get a guy who ends up playing for, between 5 and 8 clubs who's probably a pretty good baseball player. But it was just kind of the timing of it, and he had a perception, and he was a 1-year contract, 2-year contract, This would be a nice placeholder until the kid comes up from the farm and all that kind of stuff. I don't think Baum's that guy, but it's just funny because we were talking about that yesterday, I guess.
It's 100% true. Like Ryan O'Hearn signed with somebody the other day.
He did Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I'm like, what? When did O'Hearn go from the team that he went to after Baltimore shipped him off?
So nobody else was interested. He's being forced to go to Pittsburgh. All right.
It is. It's very weird. Really good baseball players.
Yeah. Ty France.
Yeah, another one.
You were just an all-star.
Correct.
You were a very good player. I just don't see a future here for you. You know how it is. Wait, what? No, I did really good last year.
This is why I hate baseball in the business side of it, because there's a young kid who is arbitration eligible that is going to make a quarter of what you make.
That's right.
Yeah.
And if he does a quarter of the production, we don't care because we just don't want to pay you.
Correct.
Right.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Baseball they don't get that part of it very well, And I know that the incentives they've put in, hey, if you'll call the guy up, we'll give you an extra draft pick. We'll give you a first-round draft pick if you'll call your guy up and let him start accruing service time. And then teams do that. They literally weigh that against we're going to pay him 6 months quicker on his contract.
Jared Kelenic.
Yeah. And how much did that, like the Kyle Lewis and Jared Kelenic talking about your Mariners, for Pete's sake. How much did that probably stunt their careers? Joe Adell, the Angels did the exact same thing to him. They kept him down. Finally brought him up. Well, he can't hit. Well, they finally had no option last year but to bring him up because they traded away Shohei and Trout got hurt, and Joe Adell starts ripping the cover off the ball. I'm like, isn't that weird? A guy that was once one of the top 10 prospects in baseball, was once the top prospect in the Angels organization, finally gets a chance to play, and he rips the cover off the ball.
If I had gone to you in 2019 and said, hey, the Mariners in 2025 are going to be one game from the World Series.
Yeah.
And they're going to go into 2026 as one of the favorites to do so, possibly again.
All right.
Being that, you would absolutely go, oh, well, Kelenic and Lewis must be a major part of that run, right?
Yep.
It must be the cornerstone of this whole thing.
Along with Trammell.
Yeah.
Taylor Trammell, Jared Kelenic, and Kyle Lewis. My gosh, they finally lived up to all the hype.
They figured it out. Who did they add to those three to make this work out?
I heard one of the Tigers guys last year, I think in a pregame or postgame, talking about, because we had like McGonigal and Max Clark that everyone was like, you got to bring up, you got to bring up.
They've had Max Clark on all day on MLB Network today.
They said that the thing that happens with some of these guys who don't, like you don't know, like a Joe Adell, where you think, oh, he can't hit. There's a difference in the level of pitching and the velocity between the minors and the majors, to where a guy is always over swinging in the minors, and then when he matches up with major league pitching and it's an extra 3 miles an hour, that slight difference in timing translates.
Yep.
And they don't know that until they try it out, which is what they used to use September call-ups for.
Right.
And now maybe some bullpen arms. You rarely see a bat come up and get some meaningful ABs. But Joe Adell is a perfect case of that. He's struggling at minor league baseball because he's just too fast twitch, gets to the majors, flips the script.
37 home runs, 98 RBIs last year. And he played 152 games. So, hey, maybe we should let this guy play 152 games every year. He's 6'2", 215 pounds, and he plays a hell of a center field.
The Royals are.
And yes, I do have some autographs of Joe Adell.
Hello, 2019 person. The Royals are kind of viable again, and a wild card candidate. You never know. They're decent. They're fun to watch.
Oh, that pitching staff.
Tell me about Alberto Mondesi and his role in this.
And Kowar and all those Florida Gator pitchers. Those guys must have how many Cy Youngs have they racked up?
Oh, yes. I think Singer's still.
Brady Singer's still a Royal, right?
Yeah. I think that's the only one.
Kowar,
one of those guys went to Seattle. Kowar, I think.
Kowar's in Seattle, yeah.
And when we say Seattle, we mean Tacoma.
Right.
And
yeah, good point.
And
also,
who's the pitcher they drafted from A&M?
Oh,
that was a surefire.
Right. Asa Lacey,
something like that.
Yeah.
And crickets.
Where is he?
Possibly Omaha.
Possibly you, investors. Who knows? You know who does have a good pitching staff? Hey, the Dodgers do. Hey. See you, Esther. Medicine Man wants to know, how's Rogers doing? Well, I believe he is doing better. My last text with Rogers, I guess it was 3 weeks ago. No, I'm kidding. Where is my text of Rogers? He said he's sore, hurting, not as good as he once was. And I said, please do what the doctors tell you to do. And he just said, thanks. So he didn't affirm that, but he is hopefully listening to what the doctors tell him to do. I think he was going back in for a checkup today. So we are all hoping that Rogers gets a thumbs up. You're okay. You can start having a nice cold Budweiser yet again today. That's basically what we're all rooting for here, Greg. Can the guy just get his beer going on again? Thanks to Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers, morrisdewitt.com, Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt. When it comes to your attorneys and your representation, when you've had vehicle accident, medical situation, workplace accident, you've been wronged, you want representation. A lot of choices out there. How about doing a little research? How about the 5-star reviews over at Morris & DeWitt How about over 1,700 plus 5-star reviews? How about you look at what Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, as far as, here's my philosophy, Greg, and I know this is a bad one. State Fair rolls in the town, and then they roll back out of town. My thing about the State Fair is that, man, that's a lot of money being spent with people who are not spending money in Shreveport-Bossier. And I get it, that's the same thing if a concert comes into town. You spend money with, if Taylor Swift came here, would people not want to spend money to go see Taylor Swift because they know she's going to go somewhere else? So I know it's not the most scientific philosophy, but I've always just kind of had a problem. Those guys never spend any money in town. The State Fair people, they all live out there in their campers. They're not occupying a hotel. They're not going to restaurants. They're cooking. They got their own food out there. They just kind of use us and move on. And I started thinking, hey, you know what? That's what a lot of attorneys around here that aren't really based in Shreveport-Bossier, but they try to act like they are. It's just me talking. Kind of worried. I don't know. Trey Morris is from here. Justin DeWitt used to hit bombs for Evangel. They're local guys. And they give back to the community in every possible way you could imagine, whether it's through sponsoring GeekCon, the card show, or charitable endeavors. They're good people, man. They really are. And I wholeheartedly, thoroughly endorse. If you are in need, morrisdewitt.com. 9:26 the time. Gregory is here. Draco says, if you think Rogers ain't drinking, you're nuts. If you think Rogers ain't drinking, you're nuts. There needs to be some kind of a comma. You know what I'm saying?
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
Just one comma is all we're looking for there, Greg. 9:26 the time. There's Matt Puffenbarger. Star. You're horrible. Jeez Louise. The Boo Birds are even out for Puff. He's done nothing to anybody here. You know what Puff's probably going to do today? Probably go to Chop Shop and get a incredible smash burger. Why wouldn't he? He needs about 7 of them every day. Chop Shop. Ooh, today's milk delivery day. Today's Tuesday, right? So Morel milk delivery day. Yay! Hopefully some cream too. Ooh, I went ahead and got my beef for the week last time I was at Chop Shop. But man, if I time this thing right, get a smash burger like a late lunch. That'll work. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. They've added a new farm with new eggs from a local farm. So that's just awesome. They're so cool. Sample Family is awesome. They work with so many other family farms around the area. So you know you're getting truly conscientious farmers doing things the right way, and it's all available at Chop Shop, your whole animal butchery at 724 Azalea Drive, just off Line Avenue, next to Piermont Mall. We'll be back right after this.
Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Do you always have sports betting on your mind? Sometimes you ignore the signs, even when they're right in front of you. Problem gambling isn't always easy to spot. Know the signs. Set your limit. Learn more about healthy gambling habits by visiting gamblingsignsla.org or by texting or calling 877-770-STOP for free confidential help now.
I'm Richard Fontenot, president of the Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation. While I'm a fourth-generation rice and soybean grower, you don't have to be a farmer to be a Louisiana Farm Bureau member. Membership has its benefits, from discounts on car seats, hotel rooms, and rental cars, to access the insurance you can count on to be there when you need, plus a whole lot more. We're 145,000 members strong, and we want you to join the Louisiana Farm Bureau family.
Visit lafarmbureau.org, the Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation, the voice of Louisiana agriculture.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, games, workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, paints and supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cash back bonus.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hello. What's happening, hot stuff? Tim Fletcher Show. Greg Adams has been taking care of us while Rogers has been recuperating, and the crowd goes wild. I feel like euchre out here. Happy hour of our little program, 9:33. A reminder for you, the walk-ons is the place to be. Hoops tonight? Sure. Hoops tomorrow? Hockey tonight? Hockey tomorrow? Yeah. And just think how much fun it's going to be to go to walk-ons and watch the Winter Olympics. Matter of fact, I might do a triple Sal-Cal next time I'm in there. I still haven't found my missing wings from the DoorDash order the other night, Greg.
You put like an APB out on them?
Yeah.
You got, like posters up in the neighborhood?
I do. I put posters up on the telephone poles.
Have you seen these wings?
Have you seen the... And I was so excited for them, man. They were the Louisiana dry rub and the Louisiana... All right, so Greg, are you a saucy wing guy or are you a dry rub guy?
A bit of both. I'll do both. I don't
Okay.
care. You got a chicken wing? This is like the hot dog conversation. You got it, I'll eat it.
Well, yeah, you know what? That's probably not a bad idea. That's probably a pretty good philosophy.
I mean,
if Walk-Ons is giving me wings, I'm going to eat them.
The only thing that I've ever, had to start hesitating on. I can't eat spicy stuff like I used to.
Yeah.
And like the atomic wings.
No, thank you. I watch Hot Ones all the time. It's so much fun. But no, I'm out at number 3.
I've done it before. I've been to the point where I can't feel my lips and they're all white.
Yeah.
But I like spice that adds flavor. I don't love spice that is just here to punish you. Like I'm not Aaron Rodgers just trying to see how many times I can get decapitated behind the line of scrimmage. I'm not here to do that to myself.
Correct.
I just want to eat wings.
Just want to eat wings. I don't want to be in pain eating wings.
I'm not even a guy who's going to poo-poo the chicken nuggets that you call boneless wings. I'll eat them.
Heck yeah.
I don't care.
No doubt about it. Matter of fact, I had those. That was part of the order that I got. You know, the poor sap who ordered a whole lot of food and ended up getting my 12 wings and a Caesar salad. Probably very disappointed that he missed out on his pasta that had not only crawfish, but blackened shrimp with 3 sliders, mozzarella logs, and an entire order of boneless wings. That's a healthy order right there.
As much as I love wings, and your order probably would have been great, I think you won.
I think I won. And I get a store credit from DoorDash. They gave me a $42 credit.
Yeah, you won.
I won.
Why are we bringing this up?
I don't know. Just because I missed those wings.
You're rubbing it in.
I am rubbing it in. I'm so sorry. That's my bad. How about we do a little LSU update instead? Yeah, I am. I need to just take my win and go home. I don't need to be Ben Johnson and brag about it. Your LSU update is brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment. And oh, by the way, you can look at everything they have to offer online at xmarkfitness.com. And that's X, the letter X, Mark Fitness, as in X marks the spot, xmarkfitness.com. And what's awesome is you can see everything they've got going on there. And the equipment is just so stinking cool. Good gosh. And I'm an Xmark customer, doggone it. I got me my 15-pound, 12-sided dumbbells. They got kettlebells, but the cool thing is that when you look on the brochure here, or you go online at xmarkfitness.com, you see the prices online. You're like, hey, that's pretty good. But if you stop by the store, it's even better. 25% discounted prices off the internet price when you stop by the showroom at 7144 West Park Road. They're more than just a fitness company. They're neighbors, they're training partners, and they are your biggest supporters on the fitness journey. Whether you're setting up your own home gym or maybe you're outfitting a commercial space, you can always count on Xmark to deliver gear that works as hard as you do, bringing you this LSU update. You know, Lane Kiffin, the Portal King, well, on3.com, Bengal Tiger, Rivals, and all that says he's living up to his billing. Lane Kiffin, over the years, has certainly used the portal to make Ole Miss not just relevant, but a powerhouse here the last couple of years. Well, he brings in the number one target from the start, Sam Leavitt. After Sam Leavitt visited Kentucky, LSU, Tennessee, and Miami, it's LSU that comes away with a big prize at the portal. Yeah, there's been a whole lot of drama involved, but in the end, you want him to put together a roster that's going to be able to compete at a high level in the SEC, and we don't know how these kids are going to pan out, but right now, based on what Rivals and On3 and 24/7 are saying, Lane Kiffin and the 26 kids, I believe, that he's gotten in from the portal is the number one ranked portal class. Greg, I don't know about you, but if you're going to have to get portal kids, might as well get the ones that are ranked first, right? It can't be the worst thing that ever happened to LSU. So Lane Kiffin, the Portal King, coming through for LSU right when they needed it, because it looked there for a little while like there was the boat was taking on a little water. Your LSU updates are brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment. 25 years they've been right here in Louisiana, right here in Shreveport, serving a nationwide customer base, by the way. Because of the website, you can go on xmarkfitness.com wherever you are. You can be in Poughkeepsie and get a weight rack purchased and delivered from Exmark. And they've got so many cool plates, so many cool designs on the barbells. It really is something else. There's a reason why Parkway's got Exmark. There's a reason why Magnet High. There's a reason why Shreveport and Greenwood Fire Departments have chosen Exmark Strength Equipment. ExmarkFitness.com. The letter X, markfitness.com. All right. And that's your LSU update. Have we missed anything today? They haven't fired Tomlin yet, right? That we know of?
I don't see any breaking news ribbons.
I don't know either. So what is any of the sports books, which ones do the coaching futures? Any of them?
Oh, one of them does.
Who is it? No, that one doesn't.
I honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if it's one of like the...
Or is it like MGM Grand, or is it like...
I don't know if you can do it... I don't know if you can do it on the app. I think that might be one of those.
Oh. Let's see here. NFL coach hire odds. You spell odds with a S or a Z at the end?
Okay, so Bet Online does them.
Okay.
But I cannot go there on our Wi-Fi.
Let's see. Oh, Kashi or whatever, they'll do it.
Yeah, that's, I mean, they'll let you bet on anything.
Right. They have the Baltimore next coach is Jesse Minter getting 29% of the votes right now, or the wagers.
Well, I mean, it feels right.
Cardinals right now, Vance Joseph with Joe Brady and Clint Kubiak.
That would be... We just had this conversation yesterday. You have to hire an offensive coach. Unless that's a franchise that has no interest in winning, which could be. I mean, they've done it before. They spent the entire 90s attempting not to win.
Yes, they did, and being the cheapest organization out there. But you've got a quarterback situation in Arizona. You've got to get a quarterback. And if you're going to draft a quarterback, Greg, why would you trust the quarterback with Vance Joseph as the head coach?
Unless you get Vance Joseph, you stick with Kyler Murray because he's got like 2 balloon years on the contract or something. So you're just trying to navigate the next 2 years, and you think that your year to strike is actually in 3 or 4 years. I don't know. Some of these organizations, they're not thinking of it the way we think of it. We think that every team is trying to win a Super Bowl every single year.
And they are not.
They are not. There are 5 or 6 teams that are legitimately trying to win a Super Bowl every year. Then there are 5 or 6 teams that have a 4th-place schedule that are going to stay healthy and are going to suddenly jump into competition. They didn't plan on winning one, but now all of a sudden, look at us. We're alive.
And then there are the ATM machines.
Yeah, there's half the league that are strictly there to make more money for their billionaire owners. And that's all they're going to do. They're not trying to win. They're not trying to do any more than they need to. They're just cruising along. They're going to do things to keep fans happy. They're going to fire a coach every now and then. They're going to flirt with interviewing one of the big names. They're going to draft a quarterback. If you think about it, those franchises are the same ones that draft quarterbacks over and over and over. I'm speaking as a Detroit Lions fan.
Sure.
A Detroit Lions fan in the 2000s, we weren't trying to win. We were just trying to keep everyone engaged and interested.
Yep.
We were drafting wide receivers 3 first rounds in a row because it was the sexy, exciting pick, not because it was going to make your team better.
It did not.
And all they want to do is keep people buying jerseys, buying season tickets, watching games on TV, just keep this train moving.
Yep.
And if one of those teams accidentally wins 10 games in a season, they'll take the postseason run. But they're not there because they tried to get there. They're there because
that's their proof too, Greg. Like, see?
Look at, we tried.
It worked. It worked. Look at this.
We got a hot young coach.
Right. That we'll fire 2 years from now.
Well, that'll get hired from us and go somewhere else because we're not going to pay him what he's worth now. But we went and hired a guy not because he was the best coach on the market, because he was the cheapest coach. So we got a young, hungry coach. We got some discounted veterans that are trying to prove they got something left in the tank. We got some rookies who were maybe under-scouted by other places, and they just happened to work for a couple of years. And we snapped off 10 wins because we had a last-place schedule last year. The NFL is designed for maximum parity, and that is why they do these schedules. Like the Saints next year are going to have they're going to have a cake schedule.
They're going to have the Patriots schedule that they had this year, which allowed the Patriots to go from dead last in the division to number 1 seed.
And the Bears. The Bears were the healthiest team in the NFC North. So, law of attrition, they were able to rise to the top because Minnesota's quarterback was up and down. Detroit lost literally every defensive player for at least one game. And Green Bay, their quarterback was on the field, off the field, on the field, off the field. They lost offensive linemen. They lost Micah Parsons. The only team that stayed healthy, start to finish, were the Bears.
Yeah.
So they just rose to the top. Now next year, they're going to have a first-place schedule. Good luck.
Agree. Other odds as far as the guys, John Harbaugh, 60% chance to be the Giants coach.
Wow. Is that 60% chance or 60% of
60%
the money?
of the money. 60, I'm sorry,
Okay.
60% of the money
That
is
makes
where the
more
market
sense.
is. Yes, it does. Yeah, you're right. Huh. Atlanta, basically neck and neck with Kevin Stefanski, Mike McDaniel, Clint Kubiak. I would hire Mike McDaniel in Atlanta right now. I would put DJ Mike in Atlanta.
Of those three, I want Stefanski.
I don't, because I'm a Saints guy.
Okay, from that standpoint, yeah. From that standpoint, you probably want DJ Mikey Mike. But if they want to win, Kevin Stefanski did. First of all, the fact that he kept his head on his shoulders through everything that went on in Cleveland during his tenure, and he wasn't the one that was pulling the triggers on all this. You as a head coach do not have the power to say, let's give this questionable quarterback $300 million guaranteed. You don't have the ability to do that as a head coach. You can, when they come to you and say, hey, how do you feel about this guy? You say, yeah, sure, I can make that work. You don't know that they're going to give him this money and completely destroy your salary cap moving forward. You're just thinking, all right, if he's like, upper third of the league getting paid, that's going to hurt us a little bit, but we can get rookies and fill it out. And then all of a sudden they tell you, hey, we spent literally everything for the next 5 years on this guy. Oh, and by the way, he's got some allegations. I'm sure it's nothing. It'll be fine.
It's all, his attorney says everything's A-okay. We're good.
And then he's had random head cases throughout the whole thing. He had to get rid of Nick Chubb at one point.
Right.
Like,
it happens. Our little radio show brought to you by Chapin Toyota, Ken Chapin Toyota, 5015 East End Boulevard South in beautiful, bucolic Marshall, Texas. When it comes to finding a fair, square deal, I saw a beautiful Land Cruiser during my walk yesterday, brand new, kind of a bronze color Land Cruiser. And I talk about the 4Runner being the best looking 4Runner I think that I've ever seen. Well, the Land Cruiser is just a beefier 4Runner, and it looks fantastic. The Camry, super sexy right now. Absolutely super sexy. And who's going to take care of that better than Ken Chapin Toyota as far as giving you a fair, square deal that you're just going to absolutely love? ChapinToyota.com. Take exit 617 off I-20. Go north to 5015 East End Boulevard South. Tim Fletcher Show with Greg Adams sitting in for the recuperating Rogers Hambone Hampton. We'll be back right after this.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night, plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
Today we're joined by Brent Salzman with Louisiana 811.
Remember to dial 811 or visit Louisiana811.com every time you plan to dig on your property. Then wait 2 full days before you dig to allow time for someone to come out and mark the areas to avoid.
Why is it important to avoid those marks?
Those marks signal underground utilities. Hitting these lines can mean big trouble for your property and even your life.
What specifically is marked?
The utility company will mark what they own, which is typically up to the meter. And always make sure if you're using a contractor that they have contacted Louisiana 811 before digging. It's free and it's a law.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey now, 9:51 the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Greg Atoms in the house. No booing. Oh, I thought you were finally won them over.
No, they fell asleep. They woke up though.
Fish Pump wants to know, and he's a resident Falcon fan here. So as a Saints fan, Fletch, who do you hope the Falcons get, and who are you like, oh crap, he went to ATL? Didn't we just have, I think we just had that conversation. I hope they get Mike McDaniel, and I'll be oh crap if they got Kevin Stefanski. I like them apples. And I like Mike McDaniel. I just think that he's like Kingsbury. There's a limit to what can happen. It'll work for a little while, and then at some point, how much the players play hard for the guy, how much they believe in him, how much he actually gets them to run through a brick wall. Like, would you run through a brick wall for DJ Mike?
Maybe, but I think more important than that, I don't know if that's the right city for him. I think that's probably a decent place for him to be an OC where he's got a boss. But if you're going to put him in charge of a franchise, it's got to be like Buffalo or Green Bay or Cleveland.
Well, and remember Atlanta's going to have Matty Ice there as well as a president of football, whatever that means.
In a place like Miami or Atlanta or New York or Los Angeles, Dallas even to an extent, I don't want a player's coach really, because I don't want the idea that like, we're going out this week.
Right.
And the coach like, oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's cool, guys. I'll meet you up there. I don't want that. I want hard ass. I want a guy who is going to be like, curfew is curfew, and I don't care if we got a bye week.
Right.
So if he's in like, middle of nowhere team, great. But if he's in Magic City, nah.
Yeah. And I think one of the things, like I was saying earlier in the show about just the way that Azeri and Anderson were talking about D'Amico last night, they don't have to get a request from the coach to be at curfew. They have so much respect for their coach, they are in 10 minutes before curfew, that kind of thing. They know that they are so well prepared, and they got a coach that 100% believes in everything they do, and they know they will run through a brick wall. I don't know how many of those brick wall coaches there are out there.
The part of the difference too with with just Houston in general is that the team leadership, the player leadership, when it is in sync with the coach, great. Now you can have a hard-ass coach who has no backup in the locker room and everyone just pushes back against him, and you see that collapse. But like Bill Belichick has Tom Brady, who's going to literally agree with, no, guys, we're not doing that. And
well, Sean Payton, Greg, you were 2006. Where were you? Wisconsin?
Yeah, no, Michigan still.
2006, Sean Payton came in and got cancers out of the clubhouse. Boom, gone. It's my way. Brings in Drew Brees. They draft Reggie. And all of a sudden, you had a locker room that was 100% in sync with the coach. And we saw what happened. It's the greatest period in Saints history, you know.
But who's going to talk back to Drew Brees?
Nobody.
So even like when the coach is being hardcore about these are our guidelines and these are our rules, if Drew Brees isn't Drew Brees, if that's, I don't know,
Derek Carr.
Bust quarter. Yeah, Derek Carr. Derek Carr gets run over by everybody in that locker. Nobody cares about what Michael Thomas is going to sit there and just completely destroy him verbally, and nobody's going to do anything.
No. But now that Kellen Moore's there, he has made Cam Jordan, DeMario Davis, Chase Young, these leaders on defense and giving them a voice, and they all feel like that's their team. And once you get that ownership, man, I'm telling you, I think that's one of the reasons why the Steelers are what they are. They haven't been able to get that chemistry thing right. And I think that's what destroyed the Eagles this year.
100%, because Jalen Hurts is not that guy.
And A.J. Brown is a cancer.
A.J. Brown is the guy that, and Saquon, I would have maybe thought Saquon was that guy, but maybe he's not.
He must be so quiet and, hey, I'm here to do my job. It's not my job to be the leader or whatever, because you're right. He seemed like he would be the guy that would be the rallying, let's go, boys, and it doesn't happen.
It's not even a let's go, boys, that I'm thinking of in my mind. It's a, are you kidding me? We are here to do this job, and if you're going to act that way, it's Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
When was it Austin Collie, one of the wide receivers, dove one-handed for a ball. As he comes back to the huddle, Peyton just steps out and points to the sideline, sends him off, and the coach comes over like, why did you come out of the game? Are you gassed? No, Peyton just told me to come out. All right, you're in next play. Starts to run back on the field, and Peyton just stops and points to the sideline. And when he gets back to the sideline, he tells him, if you ever try to catch one of my passes without two hands on the ball again, you're cut. Like, that's the guy that I want to be backing up my coach.
That's 100% correct. How many teams that are still playing football right now have those kind of guys? How many teams have the accountability factor well in place that you feel pretty good? The Bills do.
Yeah. Even if he is a head case. And
they got the guy. They know that Josh Allen is the guy. And, dude, he'll put his body out there for us. He'll say this.
That's same thing. He's a little bit different, though, because he doesn't have to be that hardcore guy.
Nope.
He's throwing his body in front of the train.
He leads by example.
Yes.
The Broncos, Sean has got his Drew Brees. He's got Bo Nix.
And on defense, he's got some
studs.
Strong voices.
Bonito or whatever, and Patrick Surtain. Those guys have been around a while. The Niners, is Brock Purdy that guy? You know, they had guys on defense. They had Kittle.
I think Kittle probably was that guy.
McCaffrey's not that guy.
McCaffrey's not that guy.
Trust me, you're not that guy.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Juszczyk, maybe.
That might be that guy.
Seahawks, who's their guy that's that guy?
It's got to be someone on defense.
Wagner?
Oh, yeah. What am I thinking? Yeah.
Bobby Wagner's the buck stops here guy.
He's going to get in your face. Even if you got to look down. He's in your face.
Texans have D'Amico and Will Anderson.
And I think Will Anderson has a switch, but they've all seen it flip.
Yep.
So he could be the nicest guy in the world, and he
is. You listen to his interviews, he's so awesome.
Arm around you in the locker room like, hey, man, we can't be doing that.
Right.
And you're going to just listen because you know he could maul you right now.
Patriots, they've got Vrabel. Rams have Stafford and Puka and Devontae. And the Bears, yeah, it'll be interesting. They might be the most interesting team still left out of the 8 teams here, just because what in the hell are they going to do? I could see them winning the Super Bowl. I could see the Rams beating them by 20 points. I'm still not. I'm taking the Bears, but I am not sold on the Bears. But I am sold on Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Enjoyed visiting with Brooke. Boy, she got a great effort out of Paris Bradley, and they've got a huge game Thursday night. Be there, 6:30 tip time at the Thomas Assembly Center. Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Thank you, Sports Cards of Louisiana. Cormier Family Dentistry, Chop Shop, Bo Harris Wealth Management, X-Mark Strength Equipment, xmarkfitness.com. Thank you, Bobby L. Green Plumbing, the Bobby L. Green, Ricky Green Plumbing team. They are the plumbing team that I absolutely love best. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas Valley Badge 1284, rest in peace. Casey Hobbick, rest in peace. Thanks to our wonderful sponsors, Chevyland, Live Oak Environmental, Brewer Quality Homes, Mudbugs Hockey, GBT, Bowman Asphalt, Walk-Ons, Fuzzy Stocko, Shapen Toyota, Landers Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep Ram, River Cities Lighting, Chasing Aces, Decker Express, Aggie Sports World, Bayless Jewelers. Have a great day, everybody.
This program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.